Morning, everybody.
Can you hear us?
I can. This is kind of cool. I get to lord over you guys like this.
Like it's just a body.
It's a different perspective for us. We put the screen on the floor.
It's under your boot.
That's good.
Thanks for joining us, George. I know we have a lot to cover, so let's get started. Do you see anybody else
Where's
who's?
the tape recorder go that you set up? That was sitting right here.
Oh, yeah.
It was literally just sitting right
I
here.
saw it there.
Did you move it, Peter?
No, I didn't touch anything.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah, it was right
It
there.
was literally sitting right here.
Is that it? No.
She set it down, showed me the record button.
That's
I mean, it's large. It's not like it's small.
Of all the things I've lost, I missed my mind the most.
Yes.
That's weird.
What the hell? That is in.
Usually this would happen when we're actually streaming.
Yeah, of course.
Past few ones have been really kind of crazy and it's not working. It's not showing who's.
I say George took it.
That's so
Sneaky.
It's literally sitting right there.
I promise you, I didn't move anything.
Seriously, that's the weirdest thing.
Just there.
Weird. Why that happened?
Who would have taken it?
Beth must have taken it somehow.
She must have.
There's really no other explanation because she's the only other person who's in here.
But if it's recording via Zoom, does it matter?
You tell me.
No, as long as we're recording the meeting, I just wanted a.
Meeting's being recorded. I don't know why she brought that out.
Yeah, we don't need an audio. Maybe she figured out that she didn't need it. Because as long as it's on Zoom and everything's being picked up on Zoom, we're fine. And then I know the
That's right.
sheriff had wanted
Got put
to make
away.
sure we had a copy.
Oh. Okay, cool.
You did tell Megan, never mind.
Well, is there anyone else on?
No, we're good.
Did we
Okay.
hit record on Zoom
It's
though?
been recorded.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I'll still ask for public comment if anybody here has come to make a public comment.
Make sure we don't go bother Beth. All right.
Okay, so hearing no public comments, and by the way, we're here for a work session, Board of County Commissioners, August 17th at 8:30 with the Sheriff's Department. Seeing no public comment, we'll move on to the first agenda item. Sheriff Albers.
Well, I just want to open by saying thank you for having this meeting and appreciate you taking your time and meeting with us. And Bruce is going to read our opening statement
Okay.
or whatever we call it.
Opening comments. So I'm Sheriff Bruce Snelling. Look at the meeting later, decide. So we all know that the sheriff is a duly elected official. The position is distinctly and statutorily separate from other elected officials. I'm sure we all agree on that. Yeah. Over the past 1.5 years, there seems to be a singular focus on the sheriff's office. Requested and completed audit by KRW, and then over the 8 months with the appointment of new county manager, county attorney, and finance director. We mentioned the county staff members here because over the past 8 months, they have been actively working to provide you with misinformation, inaccurate information about the sheriff's office. They have talked openly about closing the jail, moving the staff from the county annex into the jail offices, not giving detentions dispatch deputies raises, leading you to believe that the jail staff creates a liability and not having a jail is a legal or practical option. This is not true. These issues create rumors and frustration among staff who already feel unappreciated, overworked. This all could have been avoided if somebody had just asked or spoken to the sheriff or the undersheriff. Communication center issues arose back on March 24th when the office received an email from Maria stating that the 2018 CAB IGA had been reviewed by Brian, and we now needed to collect $173,943 or $9,566.87 this quarter from our partners for support service cost. There are multiple problems with this. Number one, what is support service cost? Number two, could this cost be doubled or tripled over the next year? Why is the sheriff's office being asked to collect $174,000 from our LE and fire partners who are also struggling with budgets and have not reached 100% of their current CAB funding plan? We put a meeting together on April 13th, almost a month later, and asked the stakeholders in the CAB and E911 Authority members to be present so we could discuss this new fee. This meeting was a surprise to our first responders and Brian, who would only tell me that the commissioners knew of this plan and that we should have talked beforehand. Really? After we received an email a month earlier telling us to start charging others for the first quarter. Charge them for what? We had no idea what the fee was based on. The meeting ended with, we're going to hold off on charging for now, sharpen our pencils. Well, they did. After an audit by an outside agency, and this is the Mgt Audit, our partners now owe $220,000 for payroll of 8 staff members and other assorted issues in dispatch. This meeting led to some chiefs looking for financial alternatives, i.e. Jeffcom. We cannot relate to you in strong enough terms the life safety issue this creates, even if one of our partners leaves the cab. Delays in calls for fire, EMS, and others. If an officer-involved shooting occurs and the calls have to be rerouted or routed, this could result in deadly consequences. Again, this issue creates rumors and frustration among staff who are already overworked and underappreciated. Sheriff and undersheriff have asked your staff, I say your staff, on multiple occasions to communicate with us before they reach out to sheriff's office, jails, or dispatch centers, just as a professional courtesy or to see if a discussion has or has been occurring between the sheriff and these other agencies. What we might know about, jails or sharing jail operations or dispatching, or what we might specifically need. At the very least, they could let us know so we can handle any rumors that might creep up. This request has been refused, or we have even been informed that the conversations just haven't happened, which we know is not accurate. On August 3rd, we met with Brian and Marie reference a market study for the county. It was clear when we were handed the paperwork outlining the steps for the market study that the first page to the last were wrong. We asked where the numbers came from, and we were told by Maria that she had done the survey on her own. We asked about the Employee Council annual survey, and she and Brian stated that Maria did her own. The survey of Summit County showed detention specialist, and Maria explained that comparing the pay scale to our detentions deputy showed the sheriff's office was paying an appropriate range. We told her that what she was actually looking at was that of the position of a control technician. So it's just a verbiage thing, detention specialist versus control technician, not deputy to deputy. We explained to her that the detention specialist from Summit and control technicians are someone who sit in a control room, operate doors, surveil inmates and staff movement. It should be noted that at an earlier leadership team meeting, Maria talked openly about the position and how detentions deputies would not be receiving an increase. You can see how this might cause problems for our detention staff. It was pointed out to Maria that she needed to compare detentions deputies' positions, and she shot back that Summit County's detentions deputies were post-certified, which was wrong. We had to explain to her they were not post-certified, just like Broomfield, which is another place she looked at. They don't have post-certified detentions people. And just like Jeffco, who doesn't have post-certified detentions people. Maria went on to tell us that no other agencies have detectives, investigators, animal control staff, captains, just to name a few. We told them we would take the market survey and get back to them. The next day, Maria sent me the Employee Council survey. I don't know how many of you worked in public forums before, but have you ever seen this?
It's actually private sector. They're private sector focused.
Right, but have you ever seen this?
Uh-huh.
List all the county municipalities, pay ranges.
And we collected all that data and it brings all the market study data down to paying lower, as opposed to what we did with our market study.
talk about it in a minute. So that market study tells you, it actually outlines the Employees Council. A quick look at that would have shown Maria and Brian that comparable salaries from almost all Colorado municipalities and counties. Better yet, had Maria asked to sit down with us from the sheriff's office to compare like jobs and qualifications, this meeting would have been more productive. According to the MGT study, I guess the undersheriff and Diane Lee should probably charge back units to the county for the extra work that we put in there. The leadership team is another issue. Decisions are being made and managed through this group and passed on as a group decision, which they are not. ARPA funds, which have been discussed at length, are a good example here. The sheriff's office is losing $300,000 a year, it's Maria's comment, to non-functioning toilets, which has led to fewer U.S. Marshal holds. $200,000 from the ARPA funds would fix this and was once at the top of the list from the leadership team. A few meetings later, that had dropped to number 9 or 10 on the list of priorities. The team was once talking about the U.S. Marshals contract being a revenue stream for the county. Peter Lichman shot back that it was not a revenue stream. The leadership team has been presented a matrix on life safety, health safety issues to apply when making decisions and spending money. This matrix has been disregarded as a logical option. Sheriff wants you to understand that these are just a few examples in our sampling of the current. Sheriff and his staff feel that they're being undermined. The county manager, the attorney, the finance work at the discretion of and are appointed
That's
by.
twice. Third time it'll go out.
Their work, again, their work at the discretion of the county commissioners. They're appointed by the county commissioners. In short, the county sheriff is an elected official responsible for the public safety of the citizens of the county. We're elected. Any and all decisions that affect the day-to-day operations of the sheriff's office should come to this office prior to approval or implementation. All these issues mentioned here are a direct result of lack of communication. The sheriff and the staff have multiple meetings every month with a variety of citizens and other groups. Those we have spoken to would be willing to support an increase in property, sales tax, or bond initiative to continue to support all the services currently being provided by the county.
Could you reread that one again, please?
The sheriff and staff, and myself included, right, we have multiple meetings with different groups, Rotary clubs, Emerge, whoever else might be, big groups, small groups, right? They often talk about, look, it sounds like the county's running out of money. If they need more money, I don't pay that much in taxes. I'd be willing to up my property tax. So, I mean, it's even employees here say, look, I pay little compared to what they pay in Jeffco. I'd be willing to up my property tax. We've talked about improving sales tax over the past few years and some other things. So
Okay, thanks.
we're just telling you that option seems to be available. I mean, everybody seems to be strapped in to drive off the edge of a cliff here in the next 5 or 6 years. And from our view, from the sheriff's office view, it's all about, well, let's just get rid of people. We'll just outsource everything. And right, that way we don't have to pay anything and we'll be good. Well, there's other ways to skin that cat, right? I get that raising taxes is always a big pull and a tough haul, but I think our voters or our citizens would be willing to pay that. We know that 90% of the people in the county are supportive of the sheriff's office and the service we provide. So I'm done with that statement.
Okay. Did you send that to our staff beforehand, or is this all kind of new?
This is our opening.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I don't have a prepared statement, but I do have a couple of thoughts. First thing is I'll echo what you said, Sheriff. I really appreciate us having this conversation. I think it is long overdue. I know that we, the commissioners, have asked for the study to be done, and you guys were very cooperative, and we've kind of been not doing our jobs in terms of following up on that on a timely basis. So, and I know also that you guys have been taking steps to address some of the things in there, and we'll get to that as well. I want to do whatever I can to create an environment of trust and professionalism in this meeting. A lot of what you mentioned, I had heard parts of it before, but I'm going to have to go personally do a little bit of investigation and educate myself, because oftentimes there's a lot of different perspectives to look at something. And I've heard your perspective, and I really appreciate it. It's obvious that you put a lot of thought and work into that. And I would very much appreciate having a written copy of that so I can kind of review it and do a little bit of research on my own. And I wanted to also talk a little bit about context and history. I mean, this county has been very blessed to have the Henderson mine pumping in a revenue source that I don't really know of too many other counties other than maybe Rio Blanco and some counties that have oil production, Weld County, that have an outsider kind of pumping money into the community. And I mean, I don't necessarily feel like we're strapped in to go off a cliff, but I do think that I do think there's been a little bit of a transition from a more informal way of doing business around here to a little bit more of a professional way of doing business. And I think that these gentlemen brought a lot of that with them from other places that they had been. And change is always hard. And I know that there's some backlash and pushback on some of the questions that are being asked of different departments, including yours. And I think, speaking for myself, I take responsibility for that, and I don't apologize for it. I think it's something that's overdue. I think that over the last few years, we've addressed some personnel problems on our shop that were long overdue, that needed to be addressed. And I think that we have the strongest team that we've had in my time here, or that I've known about in the county. But with that said, I certainly want to do whatever I can to maintain a professional relationship and hopefully a relationship of mutual respect with all the departments, including yours. I completely recognize that you are an elected official just like I am.
An office, not a department.
Yeah, exactly. Although one of the things I asked Peter to do, you mentioned statute. I think things have been done a little bit informally. Number one, because we didn't really have a lot of hard choices that had to be made. There was a lot of revenue. I think in general, the entire county has been fairly efficient, and there's nothing that's been going on since I've been here that I would be embarrassed about to have the public know all the details of. No one's perfect. But with that said, the budgeting process, in the past, I haven't felt like the BOCC has been engaged enough. A lot of it was a little bit on autopilot. I mean, Carl had a really strong role in that, and I think that Carl leaving was turned out to be a problem. I mean, that was a little bit of a revolving door for a little while. And Maria coming in as an outsider is looking at things like an outsider would without the context. And she's an outsider. She doesn't live here, so she doesn't have the same kind of view that a lot of us do who live here. But with all that said, the way that the budget process, in my opinion, had happened in the past is it was largely done by the county manager, and we definitely had some input in larger grain items, but it was sort of my recollection, my feeling is it was done more on a percentage basis. Like if there was we need to tighten the belt, it was kind of everyone needs to reduce by 5%, that type of a thing. I think we're at a point now where structural changes are going to have to happen in order for us to have financial sustainability. And that's why conversations such as detention and such as communications are happening. And I mean, I do have a little bit of personal experience, and I saw the turmoil that happened when Evergreen Fire went over to Jeffcom, and people lost their jobs, a lot of animosity. People who used to be friends aren't friends anymore. And like I said, change is difficult, but I also operated under Jeffcom personally for a while, and I have my own feelings about that. So I don't think it is so. And maybe Peter can have a couple of comments after George and Randy have a chance to speak too. But I do feel like the Board of County Commissioners has a fiduciary responsibility across the entire county. And I think the way that things are going now, like I said, some structural changes are going to have to happen. And not potentially just in the sheriff's department, but in the entire county. We're looking at things holistically. And my belief is that our responsibility is to look at items like that and to And one of the things that I'm also a huge believer in is not paying, not or benefiting from the experience of others. And, there's organizations like CCAT and CCI where Randy and George and I get to speak to other commissioners and find out what's working in their counties and benefit from their experience and avoiding making mistakes that they made. And these conversations are happening everywhere in the entire state about high cost items. And then kind of the other perspective is, I realize that we're employers, and I think it is taking away somebody's job is something that I don't think has happened so far in my time here, other than someone basically who wasn't a good fit being appropriately counseled to go do something else with the rest of their career. But in terms of downsizing and reductions in forces or those type of things, I don't think that's happened in my time here. And so I look at that very seriously, and it would be my very strong preference to never do something like that. And we've been kind of fortunate, I think, in that there have been people who have left and their jobs haven't been, their positions haven't been replaced and things like that. And I think that that's a respectful way to do it. And like I said, I believe people's trust in us as employers is really, really, really important. So I kind of see this as the first step in a conversation, and I would like our conversations. I mean, I'm going to protect my right to talk to other county commissioners about anything that is in the entire county. With that said, I appreciate your comments about rumors and things like that. And I know that different people talk. And I remember I was talking to Linda Eisenhart, who's a county commissioner in Gilpin County. And we were having one of the conversations I just mentioned about, like, what the hell are we going to do about financial sustainability? And, we talked about the possibility of communications, and there are other conversations that are happening about consolidation of emergency services. So again, it's not just you guys, but you give me something to think about in terms of when we have those conversations, making sure that the people that we're talking to understand that we're talking about these things conceptually to basically brainstorm, that we're not saying this is a direction that's going to happen. And I'll speak for myself. I never have said to anyone else, I said, I think it's something worth looking into. And that was one of the reasons why we commissioned the study, to consolidate and go with JeffCom, pretty much just like all of our neighbors to the east have. But with that said, I understand your comments, and I don't want to be part of a dynamic that destroys trust or creates fears or concerns in our different departments. So probably said a little bit more than I thought I would. But again, I look forward to this as kind of the beginning of a conversation, and we do have hard choices to make. But I hope that through this process, I'll commit to do everything I can to maintain a spirit of professionalism and mutual respect. And with that said, I'll turn it over to either Randy or George.
I'm happy to jump out for a minute. You're right. You did say a lot, and you helped me, because one of my hobbies is I've been told that a lot of times what I do is find ways to paraphrase what people before me have said. And I don't want to burn too much time doing that. And Sean said a lot. I think the trust issue is a big one. I think there were several comments in your statement that implied that, that we were acting in a deceptive or unethical or discourteous manner. And if that's the case, if there's been something that has been discourteous or that you've come to believe, like the rumor mill you referenced, I think that's been inadvertent and it's not been intended. And I think part of that comes from the fact that we're elected officials too. And like Sean said, we get to talk to people and we get to think about things. We see things, we do jail inspections as an example, and we see stuff that goes on, but we're not pros in your field. So we're bound to have, as we start thinking about our budgets, suggestions and ideas, and we have the right to be able to talk about those things. And I can tell you for a fact that nobody's made a secret decision anywhere to do anything about the sheriff's department and say, well, here's what we're going to do. How are we going to tell them? Because it's not even legal for us to do that. We haven't done that. What we have done is said, here's some different opportunities. I wonder, maybe this can work, maybe this can work, maybe this can work with regard to the jail. Because I can tell you that what you're facing on your budget is the same thing that's facing every department. And Sean's right that the 5% cuts across the board just don't cut it when you get down to all of a sudden somebody has fallen below the level that they can even operate. And a good example of that is looking up at over at Road and Bridge and up at our landfills, what happens when we just keep ratcheting downward and downward and our charges are too low. I campaigned in 2012 unsuccessfully and again in 2016 successfully on the idea that the changes and the adjustments that we made to compensate for our budgets involved both supply side and demand side issues, that those would be structural, those would be making cuts where we had to. We had to think about services, even those that are pet projects that I think should remain in place. And, but that reductions in force, that our staff needed to know that reductions in force wouldn't be wholesale slaughter without talking to people and without finding ways, and that using the natural attrition that happens on the job, people moving, people retiring, and then rethinking all of those positions all the time is a better way to go, so that we wouldn't breed an attitude or culture of fear and distrust as we were solving these problems. I can guarantee that we're not planning to drive anything off a cliff. I can guarantee that what we see is that we have realized more recently that we are headed towards a cliff faster than any of us knew we were headed towards, as we've gotten somebody in the form of Maria, who's able to do, I think, a better job of helping us ascertain all of that stuff. And she's got a lot of stuff to find, and there's a lot of pieces in this puzzle for her to still learn and figure out, but she's been figuring it out and solving problems for us quickly. I know I've had several places that she's helped me with budget that we thought one thing and we learned something else. I'm sure, and she's gotten some things that she got wrong along the way, but it's because she's had a real big pile of, she's really had a really big haystack to look into for a lot of needles. And so in my impression, she's doing a good job so far, and we're all learning a lot of things that we didn't want to hear. And we have to work on being open-minded about making any kinds of changes. I'll let you know that in conversations in the past, I've been open about the fact that either the conditions in the jail need to somehow be improved, or we need a new jail that is state-of-the-art, that would allow you guys to operate more safely and efficiently and professionally than what we've got going on down there right now. Probably be more humane to some of the inmates, some of whom have never stood trial yet, as an example, and so they deserve that. And that outsourcing should be an option, although I don't like that for numerous reasons. I just think that if I'm going to be open-minded about doing my job and serving the public, I have to be open-minded to any one of those things until I understand it well enough to put a line through it and rule it out. And so when we say we're thinking about it, we're not sneaking around behind your back. We're trying to think about how to deal with this problem. I think that I agree that you're a separate elected office. I also understand that we have control over the budget, but we don't want to use that like a sledgehammer or a lever or a thing that's used to force somebody into something that they have just cause for believing is a wrong policy decision. For example, not giving you the funds to do it. I don't think that's the way for us to operate. I agree we should communicate better in order to make sure that we don't have the kinds of assumptions that I heard you read that I know are patently false. I believe you believe them, but I know there are things that we're not doing, and I know there are things that these guys aren't trying to do to you also. So I need to know, I think what we need to do is getting that in writing. As Sean said, I want to resolve the differences in our impressions about what is or isn't true about some of the facts that have been asserted that you're contending are false. So we need to see that in order to look at it and go through one by one and resolve the discrepancies between those opinions. And I hope we can do it through this process. And I think it's going to be more than, we're not going to figure out the rest of the life and the rest of this county's life today in this meeting. It's going to take work together, trusting each other to be able to do that. As far as the cab and the budgets and the idea that we're singling you out, there is not a department or even a commission, a volunteer board commission, that we haven't been examining and looking at the same level. So we're not out to get the sheriff any more than we're out to get anyone else, including ourselves and our own staff over here. And I think they would let you know that we'll let them know when we think they need to do something differently too than what they're doing. So we're not trying to play that kind of hardball with one department, and we don't have an axe to grind with one place in general. I also agree that we need to, as I mentioned at the very outset of my statements, that we need to look at both supply and demand side solutions to the fiscal cliff that we're facing so we don't drive off of it. And that does mean more revenues, including taxes of what other kinds are required, whether sales or property taxes, to get where we need to go to be stable, to provide the services that, first of all, we're legally mandated to provide, and secondly, those that we have, I think, a moral obligation to provide when we can see shortcomings in the community that are increasingly unhealthy and detrimental to the community. And that's not a statement about your operations at all. That's just saying it in general. We've got to find ways to get the things done that we need to allow this to be an economically healthy and a socially healthy and, and sustainable community for everybody. And with that, I look forward to digging into the details of everything from the report to the ideas that we've had, the recommendations out of the report. And also I'm not anxious to, but eager to hear some of your thoughts about some of these recommendations, because I know there's some you've already agreed with and started to implement. There's others you disagree with. And at some point we may have to agree to disagree about some of those, but we understand your authority as an elected official also on some of those items. But we generally expect that since we're all here for the same purpose, we are on the same team. We're on the team governing this county. And so I think our citizens expect us to work together to resolve those differences in a logical way. And that's what I got. George.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with what Randy and Sean said. Also very grateful just for the frankness in that opening statement, Bruce and Rick. Our only option is to start where we are, and being honest about our perspectives is the only way to do that. So thank you for giving us a chance to get this right. I agree that the lack of communication is acute. I think Sean said this, it's a consequence of inaction. The KRW report's been hanging over our heads for a year and 8 months now, roughly, and we haven't had a conversation about it, except maybe, Rick, I think we exchanged some text messages. So of course, in that environment, rumors would fester because there's some really bold suggestions in there. They're not bold, but dramatic suggestions in there. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I think that starting to talk will build some trust and build a working relationship that enables us to move forward. I do want to make really clear, and Randy, Sean, please, if you don't agree with this statement, let me know. Staff is acting on our direction in these matters. We have directed them to look into everything in the county's operations. That includes every elected office, commission, and organization that we participate in. And I just want to make that really clear that I don't know that, I won't defend everything that a member of my staff has said or done. I don't really like the idea of getting into the he said, she said, because these are the people that are in the room. And these are the people that we have to solve this problem together with. And so I look forward to moving forward, setting some guardrails around the conversation so that we can understand what we expect of each other in terms of being honest and open and knowing what each other is up to. I also agree, it was mentioned that, we can propose an increase in taxes. I agree that we need to bring the voters options to fund a county government that is able to show up for them. I think maintaining current tax rates will result in an unacceptable degradation of our ability to do so. This is just my opinion. But I also think that we need to find a way to do better than with what we have right now. And we need to figure out a way to expand our capacity to address a number of issues that we frankly have been ignoring: wildfire mitigation, housing, and more. And as elected officials, and I'm not trying to draw county commissioners in that circle. I'm talking about you too, Rick. I know we have a mandate to look at the broader needs of the community. We have to try to be as efficient as possible in everything we do so that we can leave enough on the table that our school districts, our library districts, all those other organizations can thrive as well. There's only so much out there. And I've done the math, and the mill rate to just meet the expenditures that we were making at the height of our revenues, that's not a mill rate that anybody will accept, myself included. So I just want to address, and Randy, you mentioned this, so I'll be really brief. Sheriff's Office is not being singled out here. We are looking at everything, every organization we take part in. And you can reach out and you can ask them how they feel about us, and you might find similar sentiments as you expressed at the beginning.
We lose him?
Well, I think he just, yeah.
George, you froze if you can hear us.
I kind of like him this way.
Oh, come on.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Give George just a minute or two to return to us.
My internet and electricity went out yesterday for a couple hours, right?
I think that was planned, wasn't it?
That was me. You didn't see these sneakers out behind your house?
Did you?
Footprints?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, lost now.
Let's call him up, see how his last test did. If he's taken one in the last 24 hours, it came back negative. we have an obligation to and a requirement, a responsibility to make those corrections. We don't actually have the statutory authority to physically make the
No,
correction,
you can't.
nor to even order
But we
him
could
to
change
do
the
it.
budget, which has the same effect.
That's the only, and we don't want to have to go there. We'd prefer,
So George is back.
Hey, George.
we would prefer to say, let's look together and find the solution and choose it.
Right, and that's exactly ideally the way.
Can you hear us, George?
I think that's,
You can. All right, so you're gonna stay there?
I kind of think that's what that legislative gap is supposed to be forcing you to do.
A few comments.
Forcing
Sorry,
you
I
to
don't
work
want to
together. It's telling you you have to do it.
Maybe I'll call you.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, well, George is back, so we'll wait for the sheriff to come and get rolling again.
Okay, so you all had taken a break. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Is he coming in?
I'm right here. Hi.
I know, I can see that.
Disregarded your instructions.
You can actually speak directly to me. I heard you suggest that I come up there and then my internet pop back on. And so what do you want to do?
Well, then let's just go with it. But I would say the next time it goes down, if it looks like it's going to be spotty, just jump in your car and haul ass and we'll lose 15 minutes. We're not going to get it all done today
Come
anyway.
back in, George.
Or you could do Zoom on your phone as a backup.
I wish I could. I'm a dissatisfied Sprint customer. I've actually been using Wi-Fi calling for about a week because my Sprint network is inaccessible as well.
Jeez.
All right. Next fail, just get in your car though, and I'm okay with it. Okay. I've got N95 masks and we can wrap ourselves in plastic or whatever we have to do. Have you had another test yet? Have you had a successful negative?
No, I have not.
Oh, sorry to ask.
And these antigen tests, some people will show positive 30 days after their first
Wow.
test. So at some point, anyway.
Well, I'm good for it if you need to come in, if you have another fail. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Brian is now out of the room, but as soon as he comes back in, think of something really clever to say, George, to finish your opening statement.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to land the plane there. Could you tell I was getting a little bit more excited?
All right, we're all back together now. Okay, George, Brian just walked in, so yeah, if you have anything to close it up, Brian has a few words to say after you're done, and then I'm gonna ask Peter for a little clarification about statute, and then we'll turn it back over to you, Sheriff. After
Okay,
that.
great. So, yeah, I think I was in the middle of saying that I don't think regarding the sheriff's office that we've gotten to where we can say to the public that we've looked at every opportunity that's been presented to us. And fortunately, we have a document to follow, and I want to encourage us to follow it and look at that, look at all those ideas. I know I intend to look at them objectively and just academically for what's best for the community. And we'll see where that goes. I hope that's an agreement that we can get to take a look at that. They're just ideas. We need to evaluate them. And the overarching thing that I think we can get out of this meeting today is just to have an agreement about how we're going to interact. What are the guidelines? And I will leave it at that.
Thanks. Yeah, I had one last thing that I wanted to add. Both you, Bruce, you, Randy, you, George, have mentioned additional revenue sources. And I'm open to that as well. And, I have a record of having supported that 3 times in the past. The first one was EMS, the second one was Road and Bridge, and the third one was the school district. And each of those 3 times, I personally came to the conclusion that there was nothing left to be done meaningfully on the cost side of things. I feel personally pretty far away from that now, not just in the sheriff's department, but across the entire county. And that's one of the things that the board has directed Maria is looking under every rock just to make sure that we can, at some point, if we need to, credibly go to the public and say, hey, public, look at the process we went through. Here's what we found. Here's all the decisions we made. There's no more rocks to uncover. So now it's your choice, public. Do you want us to downscale to fit what you're willing to pay now, or do you want to upscale? And if you do, what do you want to pay for? So I just wanted to mention that. I am completely open-minded to that. I just think from a process perspective, we have a little ways to go. So Brian.
Before you jump over there, I think I'd like to do the same thing, just wrap that back around before it comes back. You know, we've also talked about in looking under every rock, we need to see what's going on under every rock. And then we also need to examine both internally and externally outside for examples of other ways we can do things. And that doesn't mean that just because we find a different way somewhere else, that it's automatically a good idea. I mean, to come, you know, in other words, I do want to know how Summit County does it. I want to know how Adams County does it. I want to know how the smallest and largest counties do things. I want to know how cities have done things. I want to be able to know from Peter what's legal and from you guys what's legal or your perceptions of what's legal. At the same time, just because we're doing it one way and I don't automatically assume that the way we're doing it is wrong just because someone else does it differently. It means I want to look at it and not overlook the opportunity to see if we can find a better place to do it. And then we might decide that that's not a fit for us, or we do it better than they do because of a certain way we're doing things. But we have an obligation if I want to be open-minded, I have an obligation to consider everything we can do, both to cut costs, improve performance, and raise the revenues that we need to be sustainable.
Thank you. I agree that this morning was needed, this opportunity to get together and have some conversations about what's transpired to date and how we want to move forward. I think it's very clear that we have a communication issue that's been expressed already. I think that communication issue contributes to the trust issue that we have. It was characterized this morning that myself, Maria, somewhat Peter, are spreading misinformation throughout the organization, spreading misinformation to the three of you. Quite frankly, I would characterize some of what you heard from the undersheriff as misinformation, or just a lack of understanding of how things have transpired, the history, a lack of understanding of the direction that I get from the three of you that then results in the conversations that happen at a leadership team meeting. So it's very clear to me that we've got a communication issue. We have a tremendous amount of employees in this organization, especially on this end of the house, that have only worked in Clear Creek County. So all they know is the Clear Creek way. And there are many more ways to do it than the Clear Creek way. So then you replace a longtime county attorney with a brand new face that's worked in multiple places. You replace your county manager who's worked in multiple places. You were bringing on a new HR director who's worked in multiple places, brought on a new finance director who's worked in multiple places. We come in and start turning over pages and go, why the hell do we do it that way here? Because I've never seen it done that way. So that's part of some of the questions and some of the comments that staff is hearing internally from us, because we're like, well, no one else does it that way, right? So that's part of what's driving it. Maybe some of it's the way the message gets communicated maybe needs to change, or some of that. But in the end, Randy said something that's extremely important, and that is we are all on the same team.
Yeah.
However, from my first week in the office, I've heard things that lead me to believe we don't all believe that to be the case, right, that we are all on the same team. I made the point to the sheriff in the very first meeting we had in his office. Each department, and that includes the offices of the elected officials, is a cog in the Clear Creek wheel. And if there's a kink in that cog, the wheel isn't turning. And I don't think we all agree with that statement. At least I've heard some things said to me throughout my time being here that we don't all agree with that we're all these separate cogs moving, and somehow together in the end we work. So I'm glad we're here. I hope we can get through this communication issue so we can agree on how we're going to operate moving forward, because it's clearly not working right now. So
I just have a little bit of a question for the group. Part of me thinks as I think Randy suggested, looking backwards might not be like super productive in this context, but on the other hand, maybe a few things need to be said and questions need to be asked, and like the air needs to be cleared a little bit right here, right now. What are your thoughts?
Well, if you don't mind, right, real quick. Peter, you remember what you promised to get done here, right? You came and met with the sheriff and you said, hey, look, right, I misspoke about some things and I'll make a public apology. Do you remember that?
No, refresh my memory, what you're talking about.
So we had an executive
Right.
and you made statements in there that were not completely true, right? You talked about the liability of the jail and that the jail staff was facing all these crazy lawsuits and that we were in dire straits with these lawsuits and that, we mistreated prisoners and that we would, you made the suggestion that the having a jail by statute in a place that has 2,000 people or more in population is a statutory requirement. You referred to it as a guideline. You then went on to say that you've researched and said, look, you can outsource this part of it and it really won't cost, it'll cost less to get that done. Additionally, you went on to talk about how you won't need jail staff there. And if somebody comes to pick up a prisoner or somebody arrest a prisoner inside Clear Creek, they won't have to come here to have them processed. They get to put them someplace else. But you misspoke about a lot of those things, right? You talked about having relationships with the attorneys and CTSI. I let that go. I fought back and said, well, you tell us, because we were all in that meeting together, George, Randy.
It was an executive session.
Right. And I told him, I said, I called you out a little bit and said, look, you tell us the last time we paid out on a lawsuit and you couldn't, you can't. And then
Well, yes,
you came back, you came back and to the sheriff and we had a luncheon meeting. And I said, look, you owe us an apology. And you said, yes, I do. And I'll make that apology publicly when we get together. Do you remember that?
I don't remember those words exactly, but I'm not disputing it. But Bruce, before you suggest that I stated I was wrong about something or misspoke about something, we were all in the.
Start with this right quick. Let's just take, for example, a hypothetical that we moved the jail. The jail, right, is now the jail in Gilpin or the jail in Summit, right? One of the things that he brought up during that meeting was that if somebody else makes an arrest, CSP, Idaho Springs, well, no, they don't come back up here. They just take their prisoners to that jail. That's not how that works. We still have to have staff here. We have to have staff here to book them in. We have to have staff here to transport them. We have to have staff here to feed them, right, to move them. We have to have medical staff here to clear them before they even get put into a transport vehicle and then transported someplace else. So he misspoke about that. The other issue he misspoke about is he made it sound like we are dysfunctional in the way we run the jail and the liability that is created down there because we have all these lawsuits and that nobody is properly trained or can handle those things that go on. And ours are not any higher or lower than most anybody else's in the state of Colorado. He went on to talk about CTSI and how CTSI has personally reached out and said, Clear Creek's a problem. It's not the case, right? I called CTSI. I called every attorney that's working on every case and said, look, my county attorney is saying that there's a problem with this case. Is that true? Every one of those attorneys says, no, those cases are on their way out. They're going away. When we met with Peter, I asked him, I said, can you apologize or at least correct what you had said to the commissioners to make sure they understand that? Wasn't that the? Mm-hmm. I'll leave it at that. Disappointed.
And you said you would.
So
I was on a conversation with Bruce.
Okay. If I said that, what I probably said, at least my memory would be that is if I misspoke, I would apologize and let the board know I misspoke. But everything you've just said is not, I don't think any of what you're saying I've said is incorrect. Camacho, we just had literally 2 days ago, on Mystic, we just had a communication from our attorney on that one that the demand of $500,000 is very unlikely to be paid, but he doesn't know yet whether this will settle for under $100,000. Camacho is still going on, and the only reason that Camacho might not end up coming to a payout is because he's pro se and he's in jail.
And what else has gone away?
Nothing, to my knowledge. What else has gone away?
Angie Hansen has gone away.
Those were all prior to me, Bruce, and I can't speak to those. I can also say that prior to that, I know we paid out significantly on a lawsuit where a patrol deputy hurt somebody, right? So yeah, and I don't recall the case because it was prior to me, but I know we had a payout several years ago on something. So I can only talk to my time, and in the time I've been here, we have 3 pending lawsuits. We also have an investigation from the Department of Justice right now where they specifically have told me they will be asking for settlement money. And they will be asking for basically, I'm sorry, yes?
Is this the appropriate setting to be discussing these cases?
I think right now, since we're in this and it's this, I think we can talk generally about it. I'm comfortable with it. So the idea to suggest that the jail doesn't incur liability is preposterous.
Absolutely.
But that's to be expected in a jail setting. I completely understand that, or a patrol setting. It's the nature of law enforcement. So I cannot say to you that I misspoke about that. If I misspoke, I apologize for misspeaking, but those are the facts. And right now, we have and are facing a potential lawsuit that could expose us significantly. It hasn't even been filed yet. So let's not suggest that the jail doesn't have liabilities. It does. Additionally, with regard to
Everything we do has liability.
I agree with you.
Let's be clear about it.
I agree with you. So nothing that I said in that executive session was incorrect. That is completely true. As far as outsourcing, Bruce, you absolutely 100% may outsource jail services. 100%. I realize you receive information from CSOC, the Sheriff's Association, that gives certain analysis. Alamosa used to outsource to La Plata and Chaffee, Archuleta to La Plata, Dolores to Montezuma. Grand County outsources to Route. Lake County outsources to Teller. Rio Blanco outsources to Moffett. Pitkin outsources to Garfield. I have buy-in from probably 30 county attorneys that you can absolutely be compliant with the statute about maintaining a jail by outsourcing. And so one of the
That
possible,
wasn't what Bruce was saying, but go ahead.
well, it sounds like that was what Bruce was saying.
You still have to have a jail to book people in.
No, what you need,
You're saying you.
no, what you,
Officer and go-
Sheriff, what I've explained is you can have a holding, first of all, Lake County doesn't even have that. Let's be clear, Lake County has nothing. Okay?
Lake County doesn't have nothing. Lake County's building a justice.
They are, but they have not had anything statutorily for 3 years, okay? So let's just talk about that. But what I've said to you several times, Sheriff, is you can have a small holding facility. That would equal a jail. That would be sufficient by statute. And you would have that, for example, if you have somebody who needs to be held over 1 or 2 nights for court, or if you need to hold people during the day for court. That would constitute a jail. What you don't need is a closed ward right now, and one ward that's got poorly functioning toilets and leaks, and one ward that doesn't even have sunlight coming through it. I mean, you've got a lot of exposure. So what we are looking at, and I was saying this directly to you, you were in the meeting, was one of the things that may be an option would be outsourcing the jail based on the KRW report, as the board will discuss with you. That is one of the solutions. So it was my idea to examine that and to discuss that with the board. I fully admit. Why? Because if you outsource, you don't necessarily get rid of all liabilities, but you do put some liability over to the other jail. You also have indemnification and insurance provisions that cover certain things. So there's one aspect to that. You would have to transport people. So there's things you'd have to look at. But if you didn't have the expense of maintaining a jail that's this old, that might be an option. And it's not an unusual or outlandish option. So in terms of saying I'm wrong, I disagree with you 100%. And guess what? Not to pull rank here, but I am the attorney and I know what I'm talking
My
about.
attorney. You're their attorney.
No, actually,
We already got that.
no.
It's the county's
No,
attorney.
I am the county's attorney and I am your attorney, Sheriff, and I've said that to you.
You need to talk to me.
I do talk to you. How often do I talk to you? At least once a week.
We might want to get once a week. No.
Didn't I talk to you earlier this week? Didn't I talk to you last week? Haven't I been setting this? Well, you know what? Sheriff, I can't help if you have an issue with me personally. But what I can say is that I represent you. I represent the assessor's office. I represent the treasurer, the clerk and recorder, the coroner, the public trustee who's part of the treasurer. I represent the surveyor for little that he does right now. I represent all of those
So have
offices.
you looked into how much it would cost to have that holding cell or just that we don't have to have one?
As I've discussed with you, Sheriff, and we had this conversation 2 weeks ago, the board very specifically, and I even assured you of this, has indicated that they wanted to discuss with you conducting a feasibility study for outsourcing before they did anything.
Yep.
And I told Bruce that specifically 3 weeks ago when we were on the phone, when I specifically said to him, I don't know who's telling you that we're closing the jail, but the board hasn't even gone so far as to even consider it at this point.
That's right.
So
But you're doing, if you want to send it out to a feasibility study, wouldn't it be better to spend your time on that feasibility study instead of doing your own investigation?
no, because how?
You just read off a bunch of
Right,
things,
because
but you haven't read off anything about having a
Sheriff,
jail here.
Sheriff, how could I, in any good conscience, come to the board about a potential way of cost savings and a potential avenue to even look into if I didn't research it myself? That would make no sense.
Are you
If I-
researching it for me too?
Yes, I've had that discussion with you.
Having a jail here?
Yeah, and
I want to look at every.
Sheriff, this is becoming circular because what you're trying to do is make me the enemy here.
No, I'm not making
And the
you the enemy. I
board is
want
very
fair
clear
treatment
that
and
they will be
communications.
talking to you about a feasibility study. That's a conversation between you and the board. I don't make that decision.
You're correct.
Let me just say something here for a second. This kind of reminds me of some conversations I have at home sometime, and then I go up back in the other room and wonder why I said what I said, or why what got said to me, or why it really mattered.
So that's still going to be happening to me like 20 years from now.
Yeah,
Tomorrow.
yeah, should have been over the other night.
If you plan on being with her 20 years, if you offer, you'd probably be out of
And it was
jail.
all me. And it was all me, by the way. It was all me, by the way, which won't surprise you. But everybody can't be in every room for every conversation when the light bulb goes off over somebody's head and they said, hey, man, they says, hey, maybe we can do this, or hey, maybe we can do that. Trust me. I mean, try to trust me. I think you trust me. That I wouldn't even think about saying, yes, that's what we want to do. Let's use whatever leverage we can to make I would never do that. Say, make the sheriff do this. But we have to be able to have the conversation. Then you have it at multiple levels until you determine whether it's even at the first initial phase. Let's talk about the basics. And like a feasibility is something that you do 2 or 3 layers down that discussion after you've gotten together and found out if it's, and we've heard your wisdom and heard what the facts are, and then thought about and said, can you give us a rough estimate on a holding cell? And because we're on the team and we want to trust what you have to say and look at your numbers. And so that we can analyze that option and then this option and this option and this option, so we can figure out together what the best solution is at the end of the day. And yes, you do have autonomy as an elected official, and then we have our abilities to do those things too, with the budget. We also have our responsibility to look at what's going on in the jail as defined by the law, and to see deficiencies and call them to attention and correct those deficiencies by working with you. And then you have the obligation to correct those deficiencies and execute them, because you're the only guy that can make those decisions at the end of the day on all of those operations and things. But for us to do that, we have to allow each other to speak and listen to each other's ideas and not get mad because somebody simply brings up an idea and is willing to talk about it. And to me, I don't know of a discussion we've had in which we've said that, the strongest language that's been said is what we have down there right now needs improvement in one form or another. And I've had my ideas, I have about 4 different ideas about ways we can do it that encompass virtually everything we've talked about here, whether again, it's a new jail, whether it's remodeling that jail, whether it's to build something that's in Clear Creek County that a couple of, and then I have strong questions about I've expressed strong questions about the validity of using the Marshall program to try to subsidize our operations if in fact we could build something that fit our community and work for us instead and could be affordable. So, but I don't have the knowledge until I get the experts to look into it, but we ought to be able to have those kind of conversations in this setting and in our setting over here and ask you to go look into it over on your side and then come together and look at every single option to know that we picked the best one for this county at the end of the day. And I do think we're on the same team. I agree that we're having problems believing we're on the same team. But I mean, we've even disagreed in our meetings sometimes about the county commission versus the rest of our county staff on our side of the house. And then I say, I consider myself to be a part of that team. I just happen to be a person sitting behind this table on the team. But I'm on the same team as Brian, and I want to be on the same team as you. I'm on the same team with Carl over in Road and Bridge. We're all there to try to put our brains together and do the best we can for the county. And our conversation seems to be right here, right now. I think it's good that thank you for bringing it up, saying let's clear the air on it. But we should be talking about the things. We should not be having to talk about the people, because I don't know a person in here that isn't dedicated to getting the job done right. But I think for right now, we do apparently have to talk about the people until we create the trust to talk about the things. And I can tell by looking in your eyes that it's hard. That's a bridge we got to cross.
May I just add, just to close some additional things?
Yeah.
In light of what you said, you actually point out the reason that we are not individual essentially county offices. You are an elected office, right? Assessor's the elected office, treasurer's elected office. The board is elected separately. However, the legislature has created a scheme essentially that requires us to be interdependent. So whereas the sheriff by statute is keeper of the jail, the board has a statutory obligation not only to examine the jail, but to correct any irregularities it sees. Okay? That's
We can't do it without you.
okay.
That's where it's missing.
It's
There's no
just-
commitment.
I understand that, but that's also the point is that's where we're a team. So when you say I don't represent you, I only represent the board, that's actually not correct, okay? And I think you know that. So,
To a certain degree, yes.
well,
But I think you would favor them instead of me. But that's my personal opinion, and I don't think you'll ever change that.
okay. Nor will I try. The bottom line is that there are certain obligations, but the board absolutely has oversight responsibilities here. Now, the board, I have yet to hear the board come down ever, whether it's in the executive session or here, and actually say to me, we need to just get rid of all this and change all this and do all that. I've never once heard a board member suggest that you are not managing the jail well.
I haven't either.
Okay, so what I have commented on, and Bruce, I'll go back to this. In light of the fact that this is taped, I don't want to say too much, but I will tell you, I do believe that our training is wholly insufficient.
And you're wrong.
We disagree over that.
Yep.
And the fact is at the end of the day, from a legal perspective, from what I've gone through and seen, I can tell you that's not my opinion.
We have thousands of hours of training that our people go through. Look, even before, when we hire somebody, it is a stricter hiring process than even to bring you guys on, right?
Right.
There's backgrounds, there's psychologicals.
I don't want to get into too much detail because this is public right now.
I get it.
I'm just saying I disagree.
That goes on, right? Additionally, once they get hired, there is 16 weeks of internal training. They're on probation for a year. We have training every Wednesdays, right? So we train and continue to train at the proper level, right, that meets the public safety standard for whether it be jails or patrol or communications or whatever that may be in the sheriff's office, right? Post requires a bunch of that training, and we have to report that training to the state of Colorado, on not even annual basis, a quarterly basis, right? We do enough training, trust me. One of the comments you made about, and I'll throw it out as a hypothetical because I don't want to touch on anything, is that, geez, if you have trouble dealing with somebody who is hard of hearing, how are you ever going to deal with somebody who has one arm? And I'm thinking to myself, this guy knows nothing about our jail. We had a guy that literally for 6 months had to be fed through a feeding tube because he was dying of cancer. And guess what? There was no lawsuit there. There was no complaint there.
Fortunately, you had medical to handle that, Bruce. But in that
Our
different
staff handled
situation,
that. It wasn't just our medical, our staff handled that.
Correct.
So let's be clear, right? If you want to start.
I don't think you want to go into a discussion of how you handled somebody who was hearing impaired.
Well, I got news for you. If you're hearing impaired and have that problem, I suggest that you say something while you're there, or make sure it's clear that you're struggling with our communication, because that wasn't necessarily the case and that wasn't made obvious to the staff.
Like I said, I don't think this is the setting to talk about specifics of the case.
I agree.
I think what's clear though is I have an opinion regarding the training that is different from yours. And my opinion as an attorney,
How did you come to your opinion?
I've reviewed.
Actually, I don't think this is a good conversation to continue.
It's a terrible conversation, but
Yeah, but I mean, it needs to.
Can you just let him answer that one, please?
Sure. You literally dropped off 3 boxes worth of files and training, and I've gone through it. And I've seen the 1 page. I've yet to see a PowerPoint that you've ever given to anybody. Okay. I've yet to see any audio, any review. I've yet to see any record of that. I see paper. Paper does not sufficiently reflect training. Okay. That was it.
Yeah, and I think obviously we still have communication issues and we need to figure those out. And I
Well,
think,
I just want to say, Sean, I didn't really realize the extent of the communication issues, but to be actually be sitting here and be told that I too have misrepresented my things and said things that are not true is personally offensive to me, because that is not the case.
Sure, that meeting was recorded if you'd like to pull it up.
Go right ahead.
No, I'm telling you.
What meeting? The executive session, everything I said in there, I think was completely accurate.
if it's more than 60 days ago, that's gone.
But that's true too, 90 days ago.
Yeah.
But that being said, I am sure I did not misrepresent. People always make mistakes. We're human. If there was anything specific, substantive that I shouldn't have said, then remind me and I'll correct it. But anything that you just recounted today, I stand behind. I still absolutely believe we have liability concerns there. I still absolutely.
The whole operation has a liability concern. I don't understand why you keep making that statement. Right? Road and Bridge has a liability.
Because you said that I misrepresented myself, Bruce, and I did not.
And then you came down and had lunch with the sheriff and I pointed out what those were and I asked that you make a public apology and you said to us both, I will do that. You're absolutely right.
And I don't know what you're asking me to apologize for, and I don't remember.
I get it. I get it. So the conversation's over. We'll just leave it at that.
Well, I want to jump in here.
Go ahead, George.
Thank you. So I just want to observe something that I really like about both Bruce and Peter and others in this room is that you know where you stand with these folks. People don't say stuff like this without feeling like they're telling the truth, right? And so I just want to acknowledge that and be grateful for that you know, Bruce, you're saying it how you see it, and so is Peter, so will Brian, and it's the only place we can start. As far as the actual content of the jail and what was said and all this stuff, I don't know if it's helpful for us to dive all the way into that conversation because we don't have the information. We're not even at a place where we can, I think, be objective about it because we distrust each other. We think we have hidden agendas. What I would suggest is that it's clear we don't have hidden agendas because we're being very, very frank with each other right now.
Yeah.
So I just want to throw that out there. I appreciate Sean saying, let's spend a minute to talk about the people. And I know in terms of my preference, who I want to work with, I want to work with somebody who is less worried about whether they'll offend me than they are about whether they've been honest.
Yep.
And that's true in this room, of everybody in this room.
I heard something a little bit ago that quite a few lines back in the conversation that is the reason I brought up. It reminds me of conversations I have at home sometimes. There's a lot of times you say things when I'm an excitable boy, and when you get excited, sometimes you say things and you don't remember exactly what you said or how you said it. And I think I heard Bruce say a little while ago regarding that he promised he'd apologize, but then you changed it after a little bit and you said, and you promised you'd apologize or at least correct the record or something like that. And I'm picturing this conversation that I can almost think I was there for now, in which you said something like that, and Peter said, yeah, I'll look, and if I've made a mistake, I'll correct the record. I'll be happy to do that. And these things come back later when everybody's angry and they become more entrenched and they become more polarized kind of statements sometimes. I don't know that that's happened here, but I agree with what George just said. There's nothing in what I'm hearing in the room that tells me that anybody in here is lying or misrepresenting their honest feelings and what they believe is true right now.
Well, let me tell you a little something about myself, right? I've come into this world with my integrity and I will leave with it.
Yeah, I believe that.
38 years I've spent in law enforcement. This is not my only journey, period, right? I collect information, I vet information. Part of my job is to collect, part of my job in the past was collect intelligence, maintain intelligence, vet intelligence, and verify intelligence. So, right, I'm 100% accurate about statements that I make. When you made a comment earlier on about something in my notes or something in the statement about, whether things were true or not, I would not for an instant put anything in a document that I was going to read publicly or share with you, whether it was recorded or not recorded, that wasn't absolutely true. Period. And you need to know that coming into this.
And what I'm saying is a moment ago, I heard you say things, two different things that had a different twist because you said, or I said this, and those two things were different than each other. So I could see you struggling a little bit with the memory of exactly what the words were. And that has a difference.
Struggling with my memory. I was trying to give Peter an out.
I get.
No, I think it's.
Well, personally, let me just say this. Personally, I'm fallible.
So am I.
Oh, okay. Glad we clarified that.
That's not what he said.
We all are.
Yeah.
But I was on that conversation and Peter did say he would apologize.
What am I apologizing?
Remember the words, so.
Again,
We already went
tell me
over it.
specifically.
We went already over it and you disagree. You didn't say it. I was there and I'm with Bruce.
I didn't say that. I said I'm.
This is a great example of two parties not even hearing each other, right? And I think part of what's happening here right now is we got two parties that aren't
I think
hearing
we should move on.
each other.
Yeah.
I'll just
Because
suggest,
I don't think this goes
It's a
anywhere.
moot point. Let's go.
So, I mean, before we totally move on, is there any other clearings that need to happen with
Oh, there's
anyone
a
else
lot.
here in the room?
Yeah, there's a lot in that opening statement that I take issue with, but I don't know if that's how you want to go down this road. So
Yeah, well, what I will say, I will reinforce what the other said. Peter's operating according to very specific instructions that we gave him to do some research and to come to us. And I'm a believer in spending money from outside parties to get independent views of things. And I do think this is probably headed towards some sort of an assessment. But I would rip him a new one if he basically came to us and couldn't answer simple questions about what's happening in the state before we spend public money.
So as an elected official, him being part of my employee, I can ask him to do the same thing.
You can ask him whatever you want. And I think Peter
And he
has a
will do
very, well, I can ask him anything I want. He's not going to do something that's illegal or
No, I mean,
improper.
no, I'm not, I mean, like if I want him to do a study on, okay, have you contacted the chief judicial district judge in this district to see if, how that would affect them, or the county judge, or do we actually, what is the the cell size and stuff like this that we have to have inmates. And if Idaho Springs arrests somebody, can they bring them up here and then we have to transport them? Can he do that?
So I'll give you my answer and then I'll let Peter answer for himself. Peter is the county attorney who is a resource to everyone in the county, all the leadership team. And then I'll let you answer the rest of that question.
Can I just add one more commissioner thing on top?
Yeah,
of
sure.
your answers, and that's this, is that from my perspective, it all, I mean, I can ask Peter to do things too. Well, I can't actually, because I'm only one county commissioner, but I kind of can and I kind of can't, but I call him up for advice all the time and he's always very helpful. And I think if you have questions to ask him to do research on that can help inform his knowledge of what that best decision is as we work together as a team at the end of the day, I'm going to guess that he would welcome the question so that he could, because that would help him inform himself to be more educated, more informed on it and give us a better answer at the end of the day and you a better answer too. So it'll
It's
help
not
us
just
come together.
you, if I ask it, I want the answer.
Yeah, but he's
you guys.
the legal mind more than anyone else in the room that can actually read those statutes. That's trained to do it and experienced to do it. Now, I know each of us has opinions about ourselves, but he's the guy that we've hired for that purpose, and I would hope he'd be available for that. But that's all I have to say.
Just a week ago, Sheriff, you asked me to look into whether or not we could have a permanent fire ban to put it statute wise. I think I responded to you in less than 24 hours with information on it.
I'm not complaining.
So I think you know that you can ask me anything you want. Now, as far as the specifics relating to have I reached out to the court or anything, all of that to me would be premature till there's even direction to actually take some action, whether there's a feasibility study or anything relating to outsourcing.
Doing, you listed off all these other counties that
Yes.
do jail stuff. What's the difference between that and what I'm asking now?
I'm not clear what you're asking.
You did research on, well, El Paso goes here and da-da-da goes here and da-da.
Right?
So,
That's a simple answer that I know these counties outsource.
right.
I don't,
You did research on that to find that out, right?
yes,
You didn't have that just, right on the top of your mind. So you
no,
did research.
that's
But did you
correct.
do research on what it takes to have a jail for courts and housing and food?
That would be something of somebody who is trained, a consultant would do that actual work. That's not the legal answer. The legal logistics are not whether or not the court can accept it or,
I don't, yeah.
but I can advise and tell the board, absolutely, if you have a holding cell, you're going to meet the terms of the statute.
Do I understand that you were trying to answer the question of whether or not we could outsource the jail?
Exactly.
And it was that simple. So it's at a base level,
Yeah,
not.
yes or no.
And that's a kind of yes or no answer, but so that you don't waste time going into the weeds if he finds out the answer is no.
But I'm asking him, what's it take to have a holding cell?
Well, that's getting down into the weeds. That's the next step. Once we find out it's
To a
even
certain
legal.
degree.
So we know he's.
That's an operational question,
Before you
not a
ask for
legal question.
Feasibility study, wouldn't you want to know what it takes to
I'd want to
have a
know.
holding cell?
I'd want to know that answer first before we wasted any time checking into the price of it. That's.
And you got your answer.
So that's how far we've
I'm
got.
asking how much does it, what
least
would it take to have a holding cell?
Well, that's right.
How
I
many
think
employees?
that question, Sheriff, is a very valid question, but it's probably better directed. I think Peter would direct it to us because we have spending authority to say, Peter doesn't know, right? He's a smart attorney and a man of integrity, but he's not
So
a,
am I.
yeah. I
Right.
think everyone in this room is, but I mean, his character was attacked, so I just wanted to go on the record and say that. And I'd say the same thing about Brian as well, and both of you. But he doesn't have that answer. But he would direct you to us, and that's where I think we get down to it. That's where we bring in somebody who can answer those difficult questions, because quite frankly, you guys have a dog in the fight, right? You can weigh in on that, you can be part of the process, but that's where we look outside of this organization many times to find answers from people who are getting paid to do it, who do it in other contexts as well.
But I do think that, let me say this, I do think it would be a natural reaction if I were in, well, I shouldn't speak for what I would do if I were in Peter's shoes. I don't know how to be in Peter's shoes, but I can very well imagine that he researches the legal side because that's his specialty. Okay. And then we find out if it's even worth asking the question, then what are the pieces like a holding cell that are required to be able to do that? And then to determine the cost, the first cheap and dirty answer to that that isn't the one that you rely on at the end of the day, but it's the one that you ask right off the bat, is to ask you guys, what's the cost of doing that stuff? And what do you think if we're working together as a team and trust each other? And then at the end of the day, the final decision, we would look for that independent analysis of the whole picture of the gamut of things that we're looking at. Because that's a big job and a big job to do, to analyze all of that, to get that independent analysis. But I'd like to know that we have enough trust for each other that you're able to ask him that question about that thing, because you really want to know the answer and you trust him to know it. Do you trust him to determine for sure whether or not you can have it, and that we trust you enough and he trusts you enough to ask you the question of what do you think that would cost in round numbers roughly to do that, so that we can work together with open minds towards all these different possibilities. I mean, that's the kind of working relationship I've always tried to have with my subcontractors. I have to trust them to tell me the things they don't know, and they have to trust me to go find out what they need to know. And then together we make good decisions and end up with better projects and better operations.
Yeah, I actually wanted to clear one thing. Our communication problems has been a two-way street ever since I've been here. And without going into great details, we had an incident with a April Fool's joke, and Randy and I found out about it from CTSI. Like, we weren't even shown the courtesy. Neither was the county manager of what was going on. Neither was the county attorney. And that's the type of things that you're rightfully talking about happening on our side of the fence that have happened on both sides of the fence. So I think we really need to figure out a way to, over time, earn each other's trust and figure out a way where that kind of stuff stops happening.
Look, and I'll tell you that I take responsibility for that, right? That was on me. That was my.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I apologize if that didn't get filtered down. In the past, right, we struggled with HR people, right? Peter and I have had to talk about the previous HR group and what advice they try or attempted or tried to give or didn't give or gave poorly, right? And then really by the time that the investigation was wrapped up, we worked fairly quickly. By the time it was wrapped up, right, people had already been let go. People had been disciplined with that. And then ultimately, right, we ended up having a settlement with a dispatcher. There, a mediation with the dispatcher. So I thought Bob was in the loop someplace in there. I'm not telling you that was right off the bat, because my memory does fail me on occasion. But yeah, you're right, and I take responsibility for not sharing that. Part of that is, though, in the past, right, it was often hard to communicate with Bob on some things, because in the law enforcement realm of stuff, he didn't have a great understanding, and often had to sit down and start with page one of, well, this is a law enforcement practice and this is what we do. This is this is a statutory requirement we have, and had to go through that process. Peter assures me that he's got some better background in that, and I trust that and hope that's the case. And moving forward, I've told him I'll try to do a better job of communicating with him. But literally, I would not communicate with HR over almost any issue, period. And I've got a whole history of reasons why.
Yeah, well, we have a different team in place.
And I agree.
But thanks for saying that, Bruce.
Yeah.
We're trying to build trust around the entire organization again, that we're one team.
So is there anything else that anybody feels they have a need to say before we kind of?
Oh, I want to bring up the cab.
I do too, want to bring up the cab.
Okay.
Is that something we do first?
I'm talking about from related to personalities and
Yes.
beefs that are going on.
Yes.
Okay.
I got an undersheriff who's calling me a liar behind my back and refuses to call me on the phone to share with me his frustration with me. That's an example of the lack of communication that's happening in the organization. And I don't know how far down that road we need to go. I explained it to the sheriff. I don't know if the sheriff explained it with you, but I stand by the fact that I've had 0 conversations about your jail with Gilpin County. I have not. 0.
Conversations about dispatch.
0.
I actually may have mentioned the jail to Linda Eisenhower, Gail Watson,
0.
but in a very high level conceptual way.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
it was-
the sheriff over there, what he learned from Ray, we did not. We talked about how in general can we partner together and listed out all the services we both do. We both do jail, we both do dispatch, we both do road and bridge. We listed it all off. Now we're talking about GIS. I've had zero conversations about your jail, about your dispatch.
Yeah,
Don't call me a liar behind my back. And if you believe that I am, then call me on the phone. Again, that's an example of the lack of communication that exists today between the two ends of the building.
we have all kinds of meetings, and we have meetings with county commissioners where we talk about the other counties and multiple organizations where we talk real high-level ideas all the time about maybe this could be possible or maybe that could be possible. I probably had either with Sandy or Linda at some point said I think I've expressed that I'd like for us to look into, and I think I've expressed this with Rick before, look into the idea we've had a conversation about it. I think we'd be better off without the federal marshal programs. And I think we bought something that we're now stuck with because we got the big jail and the overhead of running a larger operation there. I don't know that for a fact because I'm not a professional, but that's my suspicion. And so would it be better for us to have a jail built just big enough for our own community? Is that one of the possibilities? Or for 2 or 3 counties that are small counties close together, they're all facing the same problem, to build one that we can all share, but just for the capacity of our own, of what happens in our counties, not farming out and becoming effectively acting like a private prison system or something like that. And so along the way, I would say, is that something that you guys would even be interested in? Because just like us asking Peter, is this legal or not? Can we even do that? Let's answer that question first, because then I can just take that and scratch it off the last list. And that's not trying to go behind your back. It's just happening to be in a conversation. You just like the conversations I've had with you, Rick, where we've talked about some of those same things about maybe we can do this or maybe we can do that. But clearly, everybody wants what's going on to get, we always want to get better. We want to improve our operations. And that's one place we can do it.
Some of us are missing the point here. It's really not the other commissioners. The sheriff of Gilpin did call me once, and I called you on it. And it's employees from this end of the building coming down and talking to our end of the building employees. Oh, the jail's getting transferred, I heard.
Closed.
You're moving annex people down there. It's not,
That came
I don't know where it's
somewhere
coming
else Other than
from.
this room.
We're
It could
not-
come from-
We're not
I'm not
paying
saying
our
that.
detentions deputies.
Right.
Where's that coming from? Because we don't know.
I've never said anything like that. I don't
Not
think
paying
any
our
of us have.
detention deputies would come from a leadership meeting, from Maria.
From Maria Pop, right? So using that
That was-
example back in my
that was-
I
statement.
don't remember saying that,
Where
but
she said detention specialist, when we sat in the market study and we called her out and said, look, that detention specialist is a control tech to us. You're not comparing detentions deputies to detentions deputies. But what had happened previous to that is she was in a leadership meeting and said, we've done a market study, the detentions deputies aren't getting a raise.
so she wouldn't have said that out of context as some kind of a question, right? But when you're sitting in a leadership meeting and we're going through a document like that, I have absolutely no problem with her explaining what the document, what her research has said.
I get it.
Now, then we set up a meeting, which you mentioned earlier on August 3rd, and that was an opportunity for you all to get an in-depth dive into it, to point out the problems that you saw with it, then we asked you to bring us back other data that we could incorporate into that. So that whole meeting was an opportunity
And he has.
for you to participate in there.
Sent an
okay?
email, I haven't heard back from either one of you, but let's just 2 seconds and indulge me here, right? When people close to your office, and I mean people that sit outside your office door, have told other staff members that they're closing the jail. They're going to move the annex staff down to the jail offices. And then Maria in a separate meeting, a leadership meeting, and I'm not going to argue the context or how that came out because it probably came out innocently. So I'm not dogging that, but it comes out as detentions. Everybody else is on the market study. Looks like they're getting raised except detentions deputies. Add those 3 things up. And this is the conversation I had with Peter 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Said, think about the 25 or 30 men and women that work down there and what they've heard over the past couple of weeks. Closing the jail, moving the annex staff, detentions is not getting a raise. Those are the 3 things that they've.
We need to get to the bottom of where that's coming from, because we have to be able to have
It
conversations.
comes out of your office.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Unless you,
From down here.
well, we need to figure out where it's coming from. And I'm more than willing to have a conversation with the leadership team that things that happen in leadership team stay there until we agree they're going to go public. Right? I mean, we have to have those.
Yeah, but that's basic professionalism.
Yeah, we have to be able to have those conversations at leadership team meeting. So I need to know where it's coming from so I can address the problem. It's not coming from me.
Well, and it's interesting also that you brought up the federal marshal program and that,
I brought it up, I think, but.
well,
I did in my
Bruce
statement.
mentioned it in the opening statement.
Okay.
The statement that he said sounded very similar to something I said in leadership, which is that for the last 3 years, we have not been making money on federal marshal detainees, and that at a maximum, because I had this from Jeff Smith 3 months ago when we were talking about it, you guys have averaged no more than about 22, 23 federal inmates in the last 3 years. So since COVID has died down, and I asked Jeff, why is that? They're just not sending them to us. So it isn't the toilets that they're not sending them. They're just not sending them to you. But that's interesting that I would have that discussion. I believe at the time, Marie even said that's correct. We're actually losing money. And I know Suzanne Boscia sat here quite incredulous about that. So she must have a different impression, even though she's not aware of the finances there and isn't aware of my discussion. But there's an example where obviously something is getting to you, but instead of you reaching out to me, you're hearing this. Now, when I spoke to you 2 weeks ago, I specifically said, Bruce, tell your people, we're not closing there. The board has taken no action. We are not closing the jail. We are not shutting down dispatch. None of that is happening. If it's going to happen, then that's going to be a discussion that the board is going to be talking with you about and getting to a place where it needs to be. And I also said to you, I know for a fact the board would do everything in their power to ensure that not a single person would lose their job. And I also said to you about the jail, that if you did end up reducing the jail, that those employees that are actually post-certified can go onto patrol, and that would be a terrific help to your patrol lack of patrol people. My point is, so I don't know when you hear these rumors, but we can't go around just.
Not a rumor if you admit that you just said it. So please don't.
What did I just say?
Go there. That you mentioned it in a meeting that it has lost money. You heard it from Jeff Smith. You've talked about it.
That's all true. I'm talking about the closing of the jail, what you said the people are coming to you about. Okay. You said people are coming to you about closing the jail. You said people are coming to you about getting rid of dispatch. You said people.
Right.
I'm saying what I said to you 2 weeks ago is tell them that's not true. It is not happening.
So here's my.
Quite frankly, how do we know that this whole issue of these rumors that are happening down there that are impacting your staff aren't coming from the two of you?
We don't talk about it.
Aren't coming from other people in your.
help out for a second.
I don't trust for a second that that's not part of the problem that we have.
I got news for you. It's not happening. Let me help you out with something. Peter just hit on one of the problems, right? I've got a county attorney talking about a sheriff's office issue, right? Making a statement about a revenue stream. I don't know why a county attorney would be saying anything about a revenue stream that it's associated with the jail.
Because the leadership team was having a discussion as to how to rank priorities for ARPA use. And the sheriff's office asked for $200,000 for toilets.
Yes.
And I said it was very interesting that when that list came back, which the sheriff was, if he wasn't in the meeting, he certainly could have been because it was leadership. That particular ranking had toilets in terms of funding above behavioral health. And I thought that was fascinating. And I actually said, that's interesting to me. Why? And Suzanne literally said, because it makes money. It's revenue generating. That's why I voted high on that one. And I said, no, it is not revenue generating. We are losing money on that. And then Maria talked about the budget aspects. Numbers don't lie about that. So that is how that would come up in a leadership team meeting.
I have a quick question. Are you guys invited to the leadership team meeting?
Yes.
Then why are all these things happening? Why aren't you there?
Because he told me on the first meeting we had that he puts zero stock in the leadership team meeting. Quote.
I don't
Unquote.
with the leadership meeting.
What do you mean?
I don't like Matt Taylor telling me how to run my office or making suggestions on how to run my office. I'm an elected official. I'll run my office the way I best see fit. Bruce and I will do that. but the leadership team is making decisions for the county as a whole. And I try to make as many as I can. I've been on the last 4, but I can't come down here because it's Monday and I'm busy on Monday. So I Zoom it or whatever you call it. So I'm here listening, and I just don't agree with a leadership type committee making rules for the county.
Can I ask a question for clarification, for my own edification? I'm going to ask these guys the question. Does the leadership team have the authority to tell him what to do?
No,
Okay, so it's about bringing people together from different backgrounds and contexts to inform each other and make suggestions to each other and brainstorm together.
Exactly.
But they have no authority
it's
over it.
about bringing people together that talk about common issues, to talk about, I'm having this struggle in my department. What do you guys think?
And so that's good. That's good context for me to know. I wanted to hear that admission that the leadership team can't tell you what to do in your office.
And Randy, let me give you, before you lose your thought, Randy, let me give you just an example.
Okay.
The leadership team meeting ranked, for example, priorities of what FTEs should the county recommend to the board to fund.
At your direction.
At your direction. This is both last year and this year, right? I wanted an assistant county attorney. The leadership team ranked things. Assistant county attorney came in number 2. Now, I could have gone directly to the board and said, I still want an assistant county attorney. But there's a team issue, right? And instead we decided, you know what, let's fund a PIO. And that's why I put my need aside. But it was a leadership team.
Time out. George, can you hear us?
I can. The meeting changed a little bit.
Yes, it did. Sorry.
Yeah.
You did too.
Something
And
happened.
So Randy, I
We
just
do
want to point
have-
out.
just so you know, I want to welcome Cass Patton to the meeting,
What?
as an attendee. She's watching this meeting.
Okay.
So just so we're clear, the leadership team doesn't impose it. I could have just done that, but it's a recommendation. It's a consensus. It's a team.
Okay.
So that goes.
Okay, but it's basically, it's a brainstorm group to make suggestions and so that people will be better informed and on the same page and to hopefully have better communication and avoid rumors if they are in attendance, at least know what's going on. The second thing regarding the funding of the jail and the federal marshal program making or losing money, I sat through 2 presentations from Jeff Smith. One when I first got on here about the first or second year, and then another one after that, 2 of them. And I looked at the screen right up here. Just like you guys really know a lot about law enforcement, just like you know about investigation, and you said you're used to keeping the facts straight and not forgetting things. We happen to accidentally have 3 people on this commission, all of whom, I mean, I've been building gigantic Excel spreadsheets. What's that?
Don't forget things. I told you I forgot things.
You're never gonna let me forget that anyway. I'll let you say it every time you want to. But what I was gonna say was, we got a financial analyst, a guy that's with a degree in economics, and myself, I've been building gigantic multiple Excel spreadsheets and looking at numbers for a lot of years, for about 4 decades. Okay. And so I looked at the spreadsheet each time Jeff showed us that, and I could see that we're losing $1 on every sale and trying to make it up on volume, but we have to continue to try to make it up on volume because of the size of the facility that we built, because we built a facility large enough to try to accommodate that large of a population. So the only way to get out of that trap is to ultimately, whenever that thing it reaches the end of its life, which it looks to me like, it's
Getting there.
we could, on my jail inspections, then we have to make a decision about whether that was a good program to get into to begin with and make the hardcore decisions about that and about what size of a jail to have. So I can tell you that some comments about whether or not you're making, I'm sure I've made comments about the federal marshal system being a program that I believe is probably detrimental to us because, but until real experts on the program look at that for me and tell me whether the overhead is still going to remain large enough that I don't know whether it's really going to be good or bad until somebody looks into that specifically. But I know that Jeff Smith has shown me on that, well, it's probably a different screen, but on a screen right in that location right there twice. since I've been county commissioner, that we're losing $1 on every sale on the federal marshal system. So it doesn't surprise me that a finance manager coming in here looking at 10,000 things that have been neglected, for a year or two, is going to look at that thing and say, we're losing $1 on every sale on the federal marshal system. It's not surprising to me that you'd hear that from her, because I could see it as soon as I looked at the spreadsheet. And I just want to share that.
Well, and let me address this comment because it's come up both times. So correct that during the pandemic, right, that there wasn't a lot of federal marshal holds, right, because it was the pandemic and people were placed into custody. Since that time, and again, these are all things that can be found out if you come and talk to the sheriff and I, right? President Biden has shut down.
I think it's
the private prison. So GEO, which is the main prison that holds the U.S. Marshal Service population, is going away. It'll be gone in September, right? So we did shift from us not having people here because of the pandemic, and has shift now because we don't have the toilets, right, or the proper infrastructure to maintain those, because the marshals are trying to get more people into our facility based on the fact that they're shutting down their private facility. So again, all questions that could have been asked instead of guessed at and said, well, it's just running out of its end of life and this is what's going on. Had they just asked, where are you at? Instead of assuming, right, we could have answered this question and this wouldn't have been an issue.
Well, I think I did in those meetings when they happened, but anyway,
In those meetings, I agree with you,
that's
but
a
it's
long
been a
time ago
while,
now.
right.
But my point is, that's where the conversation comes from, and I don't apologize for it, but I'm sure
No, I
I've
get
been
it.
at least one of the people that's asked the question, because we need to find the right mix of overhead. Does it really help us to have that large of an operation, have a federal marshal system? I think when we have a facility that size, we're almost stuck with it right now until we change that operation, if we decide to change it.
Right.
And when I say we, it's because I try to think of this as a team that comes together and tries to make intelligent decisions when we can reach consensus on what the best thing is, honoring the fact that at the end of the day, you're an elected official that has control over those decisions. We have control over the budget and all that, but we ought to come together and find a way to agree. And the facts ought to be able to inform us and tell us that.
Yeah, I mean, I think your decision, I would personally encourage you to send Bruce or personally join the leadership meetings, because I think.
Off on Monday.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to try to solve that problem right now, but
I've tried to attend.
a lot of what we're talking about are things that happen in the leadership meeting that you're invited to, that you could weigh in on, that you could hear firsthand and participate in.
And he has an employee that's there almost every meeting.
Suzanne gives us a report, but I don't want her speaking. She's OEM. She doesn't have a clue what the sheriff's office
Exactly.
does.
So.
And I try to be there because we're short.
Yeah.
You know,
But I mean,
I don't want somebody, I could send somebody, they could sit here and go, okay, yeah, I'm the sheriff's office. They're not going to speak for me. And this
Yeah.
is a leadership team meeting.
Right.
And I figure I need to be there.
You're
Okay.
And I can't.
Is there anybody besides
There's
you
other
or Bruce
things I
that
got to
can?
do on Mondays, as you
well,
guys probably need
you know
to.
what you're saying is you have other things that are more important than showing up,
I think it's important to show up, but
not as important as whatever else you're doing.
right, there's days where I can't be here.
So the logistical problem that you have is that he's off, so therefore your workload is higher, so it's more difficult for you to attend. on
Just like it
Monday
was
because
on
he's off.
Friday. I'm off on Fridays.
George, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. I know it's a little awkward to have somebody not in the room. Thanks for accommodating me. So just on the topic of the leadership team, I wouldn't blame Rick for not finding value in those meetings under the previous administration.
I agree.
So I'm not blaming Rick. I have the sense that we're getting a lot more value out of our leadership team because it's being treated like a consultative, deliberative group rather than, well, I don't have to talk about what it was before. Rick, I'm not surprised to hear you said that to Brian when Brian came in. I also heard you say that you attended the last 4. And I think that means to me that you see value in these now. And so I think to a large degree, we're arguing around something that we don't need to argue around. Because if you've attended the last 4, hopefully you've seen some value. Hopefully you are going to continue to attend when you can. The other thing that I just want to say regarding rumors, I want to make a promise to you that I think we can keep, and I think that Randy and Sean can commit to as well, which is that we're not going to make any kind of decisions like this. Actually, just as a legal truth, we're not making any decisions like this without them being discussed in public where everybody gets to see it in a recording forever. That's just the fact of the matter. So that's the promise that I have to you. The ask that I have of you is that you share that information with your staff and you back us up. If your staff says, hey, I'm hearing a rumor, and we can't avoid rumors, we're humans, rumors are juicy, right? They're going to be out there. I hear all kinds of wild rumors about all kinds of stuff every single day, right? What I want to ask of you, Rick and Bruce, when you hear those rumors, to address them and say, hey, whoa. The Board of County Commissioners can't even make that decision without discussing it in a public meeting. And yes, we have a report that suggested these things. And so conversations are going to happen, but we are really, really far from anything being anywhere close to happening. And you're going to know because it has to be discussed in public first. If you guys are willing to commit to that, I think that could help the situation a lot.
Thanks,
Yeah,
George.
we have executive sessions, but we never, I mean, and they are legal executive sessions, and I know I personally feel like I bend over backwards to try to make sure that we're never coming to conclusions in those meetings and saying, okay, here's the secret we're going to try to pull off, and making that decision. We want to come back out and have that discussion in the open public. And secondly, I agree with what George said. I mean, I can think of rumors about the transfer station just in the last few weeks. There have been so many things that people have thought because they've heard a rumor and the game of telephone's going on. It passes from place to place. And so half of the time I already know the answer when I hear the rumor that it's false because I have it from good information right from the source, from, Carl in that case, or from somebody else, or I'll go find out what the answer is when I hear it, because we're not sitting down here conspiring against you. I guarantee that. I mean, the kind of conversations I've had about stuff like, for example, Federal Marshal's program, I've had with Rick before, and we've had him. I mean, everything we've talked about in this room is about the extent of where we've gone with that. And I mean, what you heard in this room today is pretty much the extent of what we're doing. So when you get stuff that's out there that's like, they've decided to do this and we've never even had a meeting about it, you can almost guarantee it's not true, but call us and talk to us about it. Or if you've been in the leadership team meeting, then you'll be able to say, I know that's not true because I was there.
I want to talk about the cab.
All right.
I think that's a really sore subject in my
I'll turn it over to you, Rick.
I'll let Bruce go ahead and he has the memo and stuff.
Before he does that, can I give us a history lesson?
Yes. Oh, please.
We hire a new finance director. She comes on board and I tell her to
Contract a new finance director.
Yeah, contracting with a new finance director. And she comes on board and I ask her to just like you heard earlier, overturn every stone possible to help us figure out our budget problem. One of the first stones she recovers is that unlike probably every other county and city in this state and many throughout the nation, charge an administrative allocation fee to the other funds that exist in a budget. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I've had that in every organization I've had the opportunity to serve. And so that was the genesis of the administrative allocation, which gets charged out to the other funds to come back to provide general fund relief, which benefits all general fund departments, including the sheriff's office. Okay.
Funds like Road and Bridge
public health and social services can't afford it because they're broke. The CAB, open space, all the other funds. All right. So Bria and I sit down, we got to figure out, this is going to be brand new for the organization. How are we going to make this happen? I first start chopping it with the three of you to ensure that you're okay with us even doing it. And I got a thumbs up from all three of you. Let's start talking about it. Okay. So she starts looking at the funds. She starts doing the calculation.
You guys even reached out to me first.
Yes.
To make sure it was legal to do it.
Yes.
Before even going to you.
So and you heard the MGT consulting in the audit that was referenced. We have an audit requirement every year, as you guys know, right? We have to do an audit. We asked that same consulting firm to verify whether or not Maria's calculations of what an admin allocation fee was, she thought they should be. Did they confirm? Could this outside consulting firm confirm it? And they were damn close. All right, so in terms of what we would charge each of the funds. Well, now how do we communicate this out? How do we make this happen? Well, when it comes to the cab, that's the sheriff's responsibility. Maria contacts Diane Lee to say we need to get an internal meeting set up so we can help you understand what we're proposing. That's exactly what happened, Sheriff. I already see you shaking your head. She contacted Diane Lee, to say we need a meeting set up internal,
I'd like to see that.
so we can have, there was an email, internal,
See that email.
so we can have,
Last time we met.
so we can have a meeting, so you can get an understanding of our side of this in terms of why we're proposing this, why we think there's a benefit, et cetera. Why we have an adopted resolution from these three and all of the governing bodies that says we're going to charge our cost of service when it comes to operating dispatch for everyone else. It's right in here, and we've never charged that
I'm not
fee,
denying that.
which was the reason we asked to meet with you internally to communicate this, and we were said no. And Diane immediately set up a meeting of the cab, and that's when everything exploded because we didn't even have an opportunity to talk because your office said, no, we refuse to meet.
Can you show me that email?
I'll get it for you.
I asked you that 2 weeks ago.
And no, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did
Well,
not.
I guarantee you,
No, you did not.
when we had our
You
street.
did not ask me for an email. No,
I asked you.
all you said to me was that
Send me
didn't
that
happen.
email and you said I would.
That is not what happened, Sheriff. That's
Yeah, it
not
was.
what happened.
Yeah, it was.
You denied the fact the meeting was shut down. That's the only thing you said. Only thing you
No,
said.
I asked you for a copy of that email and you said, I'll find it.
Hence the lack of trust.
Correct.
So I
It's
have a-
lack of trust.
A statutory question. Whose responsibility is it to decide whether to collect those fees or not?
I'd have to ask Loeffler that. 'cause
Governing
I grew
bodies,
up,
they approved it. All governing bodies approved that.
I don't think you have the statutory authority to say whether or not a agreement that's been made, an intergovernmental agreement is enforced or not. I don't think.
No, I'm not saying that that's
You
not.
just said it'll never be collected. You just said that like 5 minutes ago.
No, I didn't say it wouldn't be collected.
You said I'll never charge that. Didn't you?
I don't remember.
I don't think I said I'd never charge it. I said I agree with the contract. That's there.
That's what he said. He did say that he agreed that payment for services was in the contract.
Right.
That part-
That I agree.
And you said you weren't going to collect it.
No,
We can play the tape back.
Diane told us she wasn't gonna collect it.
Yeah.
you said Diane was not gonna have the meeting.
Diane refused to meet with us.
My point is,
I'm
like,
asking
part of our
for that
issues is
email,
we're not clear on,
which I don't
on
believe.
where our boundaries are. And I think that's something that we need to figure out over time.
Well, we got a legal document that says we're gonna charge it.
Right. So the responsibility apparently was for the sheriff's office to be collecting it as managing the cab, but they didn't. But their choice not to do that was not their choice. That would have been the Board of County Commissioners' choice.
That's my point.
To disregard the contract.
Which is why finance would be making all those charges anyway. not
Yeah, I
the
think,
sheriff's office.
I think what we're looking at is it's first of all, it's valid, sound, good, common practice in both public and private sector. And I know that from doing it. It's administrative overhead as part of the cost of doing business. And if you don't take it into account, like I've had guys tell me before, I can't charge people for my tools. I mean, you just have to have your tools. And I said, you're not going to be in business very long if you don't figure out how to charge for everything at the end of the day. The second thing, so it's a valid practice, and we do it at the county with other organizations we're part of for whom we act as fiscal agent in a similar fashion, like Collaborative Effort and NOCO, and we charge an administrative charge for handling and doing that fiscal management, the administrative overhead. And then the last piece is it's written in the document in that IGA that we're supposed to.
But it's
I agree with the
It's a
IGA.
prime example of new fresh eyes looking at stuff and going, wait a minute, what's going
We're
on?
missing something, yeah.
I'm disagreeing with that. There was a memo sent to Diane.
There was an email
An
sent to
email
Diane.
that says I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the commissioners. Please,
Okay.
you can listen.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I think him and I need to take a break one of these days. Anyhow, I agree with that. I'm disagreeing that there was an email sent to Diane saying we want a meeting to discuss this. Because Diane doesn't have the authority, or would she say, no, we're not going to have a meeting about this.
So your beef is not with the cab, your beef is not with the administrative overhead and the allocation and
No.
you charge that. Your beef is with the way the has gone down.
Right. That
Okay.
we weren't notified to have a conversation about this. We get an email on
March 24th.
March 24th from Brian and Maria saying,
You need to start charging.
you need to start charging this amount the first quarter. And we're going, that really doesn't affect us. It affects the municipalities that are paying. So we need to have a CAB meeting to let them know.
Something they already signed and know about presumably already.
To a certain degree, yes. But I think they're under the assumption that they already been paying that somehow through.
And we've been neglecting to collect it. What's
Right.
been going on.
We've neglected to collect it for 4 years. And now boom, all of a sudden, and I feel as though they needed an explanation of that. I didn't have it because we were never met with. We were never told.
Because you refuse to meet.
And I disagree with him.
It's not
Yeah.
true.
And I'm not gonna argue with it.
Can we,
It's
hold on,
only
can we
going
stop
downhill.
talking about the email? And if it exists, Brian, would you please forward
I'm
it to
asking for it
Bruce
right now.
and
Yeah,
and
let's
Rick and
take care of
copy the
that.
three
Yeah.
commissioners
Yeah.
and also
We'll get
you're
you.
on it and then
Yeah.
it either exists or it doesn't and we'll, and when, yeah.
Even if it
I
exists,
appreciate that. I just want to suggest that we, rather than spend a lot of time figuring out what happened, we use this as an instruction for us to talk about what should happen moving forward. How should we act? What do we expect of each other? That might be a little bit more productive and help us build a better situation.
Well, the thing that I'm trying to get at is just that CAB meeting has blown up. Idaho Springs has a meeting with Jeffcom next month about them possibly going, I know this is going to fit right in your agenda, not that you have an agenda, but
I don't have an agenda
I know.
other than serving the people here.
right. And me too.
You're a person.
Yeah. And so Idaho Springs is looking to go to Jeffcom. If we lose Idaho Springs, where is this $220,000 going to be taken out of? Georgetown, Empire, Ambulance and Fire. Guess what? They're going to say, pound saying, we're going to go to Jeffcom too. And that leaves us. And I can guarantee you that I cannot sustain having a dispatch center with everybody else going through Jeffcom.
And you feel there'll be a loss there'll be a loss of performance if you were with Jeffcom.
Yes, yeah, there's
Life safety issues even
life
there.
safety issues, there's all sorts of issues. And as long as, and I said this in a public meeting, as long as I'm sheriff, I will not go to Jeffcom.
That's maybe not your full decision, Rick.
And it is my decision.
Then we may have to.
Did you hear what I said, Sean? I said, I will not be sheriff if we go to Jeffcom.
Okay.
So that would be a way to
We
get
all
rid
have
of me.
personal choices to make.
Right, that would be a way to get rid of me because I will not work for a county that doesn't take care of its citizens in the best way that I feel as though is possible, and I would not support that. So. I'm
We're
making-
not
making
even, I
that
don't
on a
know why we're
public
even
record.
talking about that, where we've looked at it as something that could happen as a
Right,
possibility. I think the reason why we're having these issues with Idaho Springs is because we collectively as a team didn't do our job. We did
Right.
not collect the money. We did
Right.
not set their expectation.
Right.
And we basically sprung something on them by surprise after
Right.
ignoring this for 2 or 3 years. And I do think it would be an interesting exercise at some point in the future to find out how we could ever prevent this from happening again. I don't think it would be productive right here to point
Well,
fingers, but
I'm just letting you know that that opened up such a can of worms that they've gotten attorneys involved. They're looking at that MOU or the IGA, whatever they signed, and looking at faults on their own and, you know, like,
that's our fault, isn't it?
huh?
That's our fault, isn't it?
Pretty much.
You need a copy of the IGA? Do you not have it?
I got the IGA. I have no problem with the IGA.
I thought you said you
Said that 5 times.
I thought you said earlier you didn't, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with what George said about moving forward. I also think that there's been value to the conversation we've just been having. I would like to wrap it up so we can think more proactively.
Why don't we
But
take a little
I think-
break?
Yeah, I just think the value to it
Yeah.
is that, for example, now we know to produce an email that will help clear up and might be
Yeah.
able to at least build some trust.
Right.
Because then we can say, okay, we might have misunderstood each other more than and we may have mischaracterized each other because we've been pissed off, but at least we can find out what the facts are. Make sure everybody has the same facts in front of them.
Yeah, because
Before this ends, let me just add one thing to what Sean was talking about, that the miscommunication, right? And how do we avoid this going forward? And right, part of it's a bit of a history lesson. I don't remember who was around when we decided to do this, and it was a big ask, not necessarily from Empire and not necessarily from Georgetown, but certainly from Idaho Springs, who were suffering at the time with tax revenue and collecting, and then all of a sudden finding out they had to pay, and us kind of acquiescing to the fact that, all right, we won't charge you the whole thing all at once. We'll
Phase it in.
Yeah, we'll do this, gradual increase until you reach 100%. Well, none of those agencies are even at 100% yet, right? None of them are paying 100% of the original cost of the CAD. And again, some of them were under the impression, right, that they were paying for every letter of the contract. That
Thought it was in the bill.
they were paying for yeah, exactly. So for that to come out without somebody coming to us first and saying, what's your thought, or what's the how do we get here? And then what's the history going forward? What's this going to look like to these other entities? Is this going to cause us a problem? All this could have been prevented had somebody just showed up and talked to us and said, hey, let's get our heads together, find out what the best avenue is. We would like to start collecting these monies. What do you think? Period.
Although it was Diane who basically kicked over the beehive by creating the meeting.
That was me. I asked her. I absolutely asked her, right? We've argued about this, not argued. Pete and I had a heated conversation. I don't think it was mean to each other. We were just I was pissed and venting to Pete. But because Peter said, well, I think you screwed it up by not, sitting down with us first. And I said, well, no, I think you guys screwed it up by sending us an email and saying you need to start charging now. Right. And then all of a sudden we're together and Brian's telling, well, the commissioners know. Commissioners know what? How much do they know? Do they know what kind of big ask this is going to be? Do they know what it's going to look like if one entity leaves and goes to Jeffcom, and then we have this problem with rerouting calls? Because I guarantee you, right, when you pick up the phone in Idaho Springs and they say, this is Jeffcom 911, what's your emergency? The first reaction is going to be, I'm trying to get a hold of Clear Creek. Well, give us your information and we'll get you to Clear Creek, right? So that's where the confusion starts to come in. And then again, if it's an officer involved shooting or a bigger safety issue, right? It's got to be an all or nothing kind of venture here. And that conversation needed to be had, as opposed to, no, we're charging 173,000 and now 220,000, and you guys need to go ask for it. And the sheriff and I are looking at each other and going, what exactly are we supposed to be asking for? Because I have no idea where this calculation came from.
Why didn't you guys come to us instead of going to the municipalities?
You kept sending these guys. You were sending Brian and Maria at us. I don't mean that bad. I'm just saying that's who kept coming at us.
The fact that there are worrisome conversations happening in municipalities is because you guys let it out of our shop.
No, you guys did by having this email right here.
Who's that to?
That is to Diane Lee.
Okay.
I met
Who
with
in Idaho
Brian today
Springs got it?
regarding the 20 IGA. We need to be billing for the.
Nobody.
Who got an Idaho? That's my whole point. The reason why Idaho Springs is having issues is because you guys
We were
decided to
told
reach
that
out
we
to
needed
them and
charge
serve us.
them.
Right.
And we couldn't explain it. So we're going to bring Brian and Maria and then Peter to come and explain what
didn't
all of a sudden they
affect us.
needed to be charged for.
And my whole point
That's
is,
what we
if you had
should have done.
concerns about
I
it
know what
and
you're
you
saying.
thought this was creating issues, why didn't you come to the BOCC? And we could have figured this out in a way.
Easy. Here's the issue,
Still can.
right?
Yeah.
Bring it on.
The sheriff is an elected official. I protect his sovereignty every day, right? From being undermined by
Of course.
everything, right? Whether it's internally or externally, to make sure that we are preserving the peace and doing what we're asked to by statute, right? And when you hire people and put them in charge and tell them, look, go, and I'm not blaming you, saying, hey, go look for the fight, because we do the same thing, right? We've raised surcharges.
No, let Bruce finish.
Right, we went down and renegotiated the marshal's contract. We've done everything physically possible to try to create better revenue streams and more income for the sheriff's office. But that's not who we're talking to. And every time we try to talk to somebody from the commissioners, we weren't getting connected. Peter will probably take the hit on it because Peter says, look, I reached out, I tried to get the commissioners to have, really, even after the KRW thing, it was about sitting down and having a retreat. Let's talk about this. Because literally, if we had
Yeah.
done that, Peter will probably agree with me,
I'm glad
months
we
ago,
Yeah.
we might not be here at this, vortex of hate and anger where we're at
Well,
today.
here's our first episode of the retreat. I think George has.
Yeah, hold on a second. I just had one quick thing to say. I mean, Bruce, you have my mobile phone number because you've called me before. And I invite you to call me anytime you want. So if there's ever an issue that's not working out with,
And I have,
anyone,
right? Yeah,
just call me.
I appreciate it.
Okay. And so I'm sorry, George. And then let's take a break after George has to
I agree.
add whatever he's going to add.
Yeah, Sean, you kind of addressed what I wanted to address, sort of looking back, which is that we could have discussed this internally and gotten on the same page first. This kind of goes back to what Brian keeps saying and trying to get us to understand is that our first team is here, right? Our first team is Clear Creek County, and we're on that team.
I need to.
Our second,
I agree.
our second team is all the municipalities, and those partners are important too. But this really illustrates the need for me moving forward that we commit to discussing things internally first and really trying to make sure that we understand each other before we bring this out. And I'm not saying that to cast stones. I think the other thing that I think we can do better on is I haven't heard it disputed that the tone of the email was, you need to bill for this going back to Q1. And I will share that I didn't say as a commissioner, yeah, definitely send an email that says that. And so I think that email could have been written better, right? As well. And so I just want to acknowledge that I think if we can agree to try to be a little more careful in our language with each other when we observe things like, hey, there's $170,000 worth of fees that we should have been collecting for a decade or since 2016, that we address that a little bit more gingerly with each other and don't try to come out of the gate saying, hey, you need to send this invoice. So those are the observations I'll make about how this situation can be better next time.
I think that's very fair, George.
Yeah, I think it is too. And I think it's fair that when we see something we don't understand, we should get with each other on the first team first. And so I think it's a dual responsibility thing here that we could have thought about the repercussions. And I think that George is right. We could treat him a little more gingerly. We won't always succeed in doing that. So the next line of defense, the first line of defense is be sensitive to what somebody else might think when you write the email. The second line of defense is if you get the email and it wasn't sensitive enough, get back with the people on our own team, our own team together.
Bruce and I,
Yeah, meaning
that.
I'm drawing a circle around everybody in the room when I
Which
say
I'd like to
that.
see. If it was sent to Bruce and I, we would have met with you.
Okay. It's fair.
But I still want to see that email.
Sure.
Because we have yours, I'd like to have yours.
Let's take a break.
That's good for all of us. This is almost as good as a Thanksgiving dinner.
It is. Invite all the families.
Thank God there's no silverware on the.
And we're the only ones with guns.
You sure about that?
We took out the
You've got a concealed carry.
I do. Although I looked at it, it's issued by Kruger. It's expired.
George, we are here.
Running dehydrated lately.
Don't do that.
Been getting a lot of exercise, trying to generate a wildland rescue call on me.
Yeah. Just make sure your wife knows where you're going, so we have a place to start.
Did I tell you that Eileen and I, Chad and Robin, up the street, Susan and I, walked to Billmore Lake from our houses in Empire?
Really?
A couple, 3 weeks ago.
It's a good hike.
You didn't do the road, did you? You went up the mountain?
No, we went up Lion Creek.
Okay. That's a good hump. That's a
Yeah, it
good hump.
is. There were some hurting people at the end of that.
I was proud of myself for just hiking on Summit Lake.
Just texted George.
I want to do Mount Flora over the top. Go the way we did, but instead of dropping to Billmore, just go up the ridge, you know.
I have a comment on it.
Well, wouldn't it be easier to come from Berthoud and over?
What's that?
Wouldn't it be easier from Berthoud over?
Yeah, that's why I want to go the other way.
See, I'm always looking the easier route, baby. That's a lot of.
Yeah, I've done Flora from Berthoud. It's a pretty easy hike. It's,
There's a lake up there too, isn't there? Not just Billmore, but there's a lake on the other side.
yeah, you look, I can't remember the name of it. It's,
Yeah. I don't know if there's any fish in there or not.
yeah, it's not Chins or anything, any of that. No, Chins is north of Billmore anyway, but, yeah, there's a little, one of those little silver dollar lake kind of things
Yeah.
down there.
Where that starts. If you go up, you'll see.
There he goes. Welcome back.
That's the one she sent me.
Thank you. You know, Rick, I can attest to, it's kind of awkward sitting here watching people talk and not knowing what they're saying.
Yeah.
All right. There's item C, which is general operations and concerns. Rick, that's still in your court. But before we move on,
Just to close the loop on the cab, there's no email. It was a verbal conversation between Diane and Maria. I will instruct the leadership team from moving forward from this date that all communications with your office need to go through the two of you.
Yep.
I'll tell all of them. So that's facilities, that's IT, it's everything on this end. All
Carbon copy.
communication will go through you,
Yep.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
not a copy, through.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So basically, especially anything of consequence goes through him rather than his staff, right?
I think all communications need to start here, is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Well, just as long as I get a copy of it, I'm fine with it.
Well,
Because there's a lot of, between Maria and Diane, about budget stuff that they can figure out.
No,
You're not comfortable
I
with that,
think-
that's
I
fine.
think-
no, and at this point, I'm not comfortable with that at all. It needs to go all through you.
I
That's
think
fine.
We need to at least at a minimum copy you on every single email they're sending to your staff.
That's fine.
That's what I think. You can figure out based on the consequences of the subject matter, who to have on the line, but he's always on the line. That's the bottom line.
Clearly.
Yeah.
okay. We've talked about a lot of different things. All of them kind of lead to the same place of opportunities for communication improvements. I don't know that we're necessarily going to solve that problem today. We talked about a few different ideas, but before we move off of general operations and concerns, Sheriff, you mentioned you wanted to bring up the cab. Do you have any closing remarks about that, or you want to bring up anything else before we move
I
on?
think we need to discuss it further fastly.
What are your-
Colorado Springs and the other agencies are all looking into what we can do. Because none of them want to leave our dispatch center. They know the services will deteriorate, go downhill if they go to Jeffco. So all agencies are really vested in interest in what we are going to do. And I think that's more of a priority. The jail thing, we'll sit down and figure that out, but the dispatch cab stuff, we really need to sit down. And if that's with the cab members and us, or, you know, it does affect us, but it doesn't affect us. It affects the cab members, the paying customers. And I don't think it's really fair for us to be talking without them on the table. I mean, it affects them monetarily, and
Yeah.
just like us, they're in their broad budget process right now. And the sooner we can talk about this, the better off we're going to be.
So one of the recommendations was to look into Jeffcom. And like I said, I have my own perspective,
Right.
which is more dialed into EFR. And EFR has been being served by Jeffcom for
Right.
10 years now, for quite a while. And it was hugely controversial. But my recollection of what happened was Jeffcom actually hired all the dispatchers from Evergreens, and they ended up working down the hill where they lived anyway. So my experience is a little bit different than what you're talking about. I wonder if it might make sense to kind of try and put this to rest once and for all, and actually look into what it would look like, what our different options are, because if some of the municipalities leave, it sounds like our hand might be forced anyway.
Would it be good to do triage with those municipalities that are considering leaving to, first of all, detune the conversation back down to where it should have been to begin with, which was to explain those legalities, and then talk about the ways in which it can be collected in a less painful manner, so that everybody understands that, so that it buys us the time to then have a rational discussion about all of those options.
I do think it makes sense to try and
Talk to Idaho Springs,
Have
for
a-
example, try to.
more of a formal conversation between everyone who signed up
Right.
to
If it affects-
sooner rather than later.
It affects us, yes, on our budget. But it affects them too. I mean, everybody's struggling.
Right.
We all know that. Everybody's struggling.
Yeah, well, Idaho Springs sales tax revenues are at all-time records.
Right, right.
So just statutorily, just to remind you, since you are responsible to the taxpayers and it's a fiduciary obligation, you have an intergovernmental agreement that very clearly states for the past 5 years, we should have been receiving
Right.
income from these municipalities. That's just,
Yeah,
so if you are going to waive that, you need to at least have that done in a public meeting with an amendment to the contract retroactive.
And I'm not even suggesting that. I'm not.
Yeah.
My suggestion wasn't going that far.
I understand.
It was just to say, to avoid exploding it and having our hand forced because of a miscommunication, can we just slow everything down and let everybody, we already talked about maybe there's a graduated way to do this. Maybe there's a way to be sensitive in the way that we do it, but ultimately are fully compensated. And so if that's the direction that we intend to go, we're statutorily required to be fully compensated because we've got an agreement.
Right, but let me point out, in that agreement itself, when it went into effect, it actually started gradually. It was a gradual
understood.
increase over time.
it's still not to 100% to share
Right,
point.
right. And so the idea was those municipalities all went into it with an open mind as well. And even though the CAB members in particular are having concerns about it, that intergovernmental agreement had to be approved by every single board.
Right, understood.
Discussed in public meetings.
It's just that we haven't even started the graduation yet. You said it's supposed.
No, the graduation start, exactly. We're not at full yet at this point. We still have another year till we have what they are supposed to pay yearly. So
Supposed to full price by 2024. I read it.
exactly.
But my point is that we haven't been billing them for the first part, so there hasn't been this slow buildup. And since they didn't know they weren't getting billed, they haven't been putting it in a fund to pay it later. So, we may have to sit down and negotiate something, but understanding we have to be responsible to the taxpayers and also be reasonable in the way we approach the thing. And I think our communication has been acknowledged as having been, we could have done some of our communication better or something, but let's.
Could we revisit this
Another
as
time.
part of the BOCC meeting on the 19th? Do we have the ability to do that? Maybe, can we talk about it in the
19th.
update or something like that?
Yeah, we still have time. We just need 24 hours notice in order to put something new on the agenda. So, but it's up to you.
What do you want to
I'd love to hear staff's opinions about
add
whether,
in general or this one specifically?
specifically around the cab, like the cat's out of the bag, some processes are going that are happening right now. And the longer we wait to bring the parties together, there's more risk. So
I just want to know for myself to call Andy, but what will be specifically be talking about on Friday?
what are the viable options to resolve this issue? And I mean, one thing I'm curious to hear too is I assume it was the finance director's responsibility to collect those fees and they didn't.
No,
Okay, well, just,
his office does all his own collections.
okay, well, yeah, again, I don't want to spend too much time talking about what could or should have happened in the past, but I want to know, I want to have some options that we can discuss so that we can make a plan, to Sheriff's point, and actually get proactive about this.
So it's really not a finance discussion. It's more of a contractual legal discussion, is it not? In your mind?
I think soon, 2 days is not, that's awful quick to.
Yeah, were you suggesting getting the other municipalities?
No, absolutely not. I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of different choices. One of them is to enforce the contract. One of them is to create a new contract and sign it retroactively. I just want to, and those are things that kind of just came up in our conversation. I'd be curious to know,
We can discuss it.
are those all the options and what are the financial implications of them?
Right,
I
right.
think it makes more sense in that instance to have an executive session to discuss both negotiations as
All right,
well
then
as
perfect.
legal advice.
I'm just, my main question to Sheriff's point is, can we do this sooner rather than later? Or maybe add it to what we're talking about on Friday?
Yeah, I'll add an executive session for us.
For us to talk internally about what to do, how
For
to,
us to reach
how to
consensus.
set up a conversation with
Yeah.
everybody and find a reasonable path, yeah.
Okay.
George didn't comment. I didn't hear him.
Yeah, I mean, I agree in general. We need to find a way to detune this. I don't think that we have an obligation to our constituents, certainly, Peter. I agree with you. And part of that obligation is to not blow up systems that they rely on. And so I really like Randy's suggestion that we find a way to detune this so that if municipalities are trying to budget for going to JeffCom next year, they know that they don't have to make that choice right now. Right. And whatever it takes for us to communicate that, I think we need to. And we're in a board meeting right now, actually, and it's on the agenda. And we could just say, hey, we're directing staff not to insist on those payments that we believe we're owed this calendar year. Or whatever, you know, and maybe it's probably too soon to formulate something like that. But in general, I don't think any of us has the intention to blow this up. And we all want to try to find a way to give ourselves space to think about it and work together towards a solution.
Right. We never had the discussion about what to do about how to change it if we wanted to change it. We haven't even gotten there yet.
Right.
So we need time for that.
I don't think Idaho Springs is going out until 2024. I don't think, what I've heard is they're getting a presentation next month. That it won't take, because you gotta have, it's a year on the contract that you have to
Notice.
give notice. I think it's a year. And so they wouldn't go into effect until 2024.
Well, I think it's important that we have a conversation we have a clarifying communication with all the parties. And I think we can discuss what that communication looks like in an executive session on Friday would be worthwhile. And so we can send out a very sensitive communication and we'll make sure you're copied on it. How about that?
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd like that.
Perfect. Okay. So we good with ending the cap conversation for now?
And Brian, you're gonna contact Andy and see where they stand or what they're doing.
Yes.
Because Idaho Springs, I think, is the only one right now that is actually taking steps forward. The other ones are getting attorneys and stuff like this to find out where they legally stand and stuff like this.
Okay.
I do have to make it at this point that the ambulance is now paying, but I don't think they're in that contract.
Part of the
Yeah.
county.
They're already going to be paying.
They are paying because they got that separate fund.
Right. And
So Brian Monsu said, I'll pay into the CAD.
correct.
I don't think it was ever documented in the MOU that the ambulance is gonna start paying. So it might be time to look at that MOU, is all I'm saying. It might be time to look at this.
Sure.
The IGA.
And
This predates
the
the tax.
IGA, and not reinvent the wheel, but look at the wheel and make sure all the spokes are still there, or if we can eliminate a couple of the spokes or whatever. So that
Yeah,
might be
I think
part of
the
your
presumption, the reason why they're not there is because they were just in the general fund too. So it would be just moving a general fund dollar and moving
Right.
it back in
But
the general fund.
before they didn't get that tax that they get, they weren't paying because it was part of the county. We couldn't.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If they were paying, it would have been a general fund dollar coming
Right.
back in the general.
Now
fund.
it's, they're
Yeah,
taking it.
now
out of
there's a
that
difference.
tax
There's
base,
two different
whatever
funds.
they got.
That's a good point. Thanks.
That may be why they weren't paying, but
Right.
in the same spirit as this whole thing started, which is talking about this administrative allocation, we need to look holistically at the cost of all services and understand that.
Okay. So within general operations and concerns, Sheriff, is there anything else that you want to bring up right now?
What were we talking about on that?
I think that's just everything.
Yeah. So I think most of it was reference rumor control, right? To make sure that we do a better job of eliminating rumors, right? We're down 15 staff members, I think, as of today, right? It's hard to attract and retain qualified people when, you know, you hear the sky's falling or you're heading toward the cliff or whatever the example is used. And, you know, it certainly is bad for morale when when there's outside discussions going on about dispatch or jail or other things, right? You hit on that, you thought information was coming from us. Part of that's true. It does come, there is information that comes from the sheriff and I, but it's in the form of communications that we have with our entire staff, right? We have a monthly supervisor staff meeting, that those meetings are all tape recorded, and that information goes out. And in those meetings, we don't talk about what decisions we think that the commissioners might be making or the county manager might be talking about. We talk about our operations, right? And where we're at and what's going on. If we hear that there's a market study that's been done, which is what we mentioned in our last staff meeting, we tell them, look, there's a market study that's been prepared. It's in its early stages. Don't get your hopes up. We have to see what the study reveals. And then really, even if it's approved, you're not talking this year, you're talking 2023. So, right, that is information that gets out from us, right? That we talk about, but we don't spread rumors and we run things down, right? I mean, we have a policy that specifically talks about you spread a rumor, you'll be looking for a job. So with that was it. Look, if you make a decision that affects the sheriff's office, just let us know. We're not telling you that, hey, you've got to tell us because you're going to hurt our feelings if you don't. It's as a professional courtesy. That's it. Does that about cover that?
Okay, yeah, and I think, Brian, you've kind of taken on the homework assignment of doing a little bit of investigation on the leadership team and just making sure that there's a professional code of conduct
Yeah.
that we would expect.
Well, I'm kind of hearing I need to have a conversation that what happens in the leadership team stays in the leadership team.
I think you mentioned that
I did, and I will just,
two meetings ago or last meeting. I don't remember. It was one of the last.
yeah, I mean, there's two separate meetings that we have. We have a Thursday meeting and a Monday meeting, and they're two very different meetings. One's the big picture Q2 stuff and the other one's fighting fires. And we talk market study and all that stuff into fighting the fires. And in most cases, they're able to go back and share what's going on with respect to what's happening in leadership team. I expect that they're doing that. So I guess we just need to be more clear as to what's ready for primetime discussion as opposed to what needs to stay around the table.
I mean, a really, I think, important rule that works right well alongside that sentiment, Brian, is the idea that we shouldn't be saying things that we're not prepared to see in the newspaper.
Yeah, that goes without saying every day. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So we're ready to move on to the KRW report, and I know we don't have a whole ton of time left, but one of the things I wanted to do is just allow you guys to inform us. We have here kind of a high-level list of 17 different recommendations. Maybe you can send us other information in the future if you want to as well, but kind of just give us a quick readout in terms of I think these things kind of fall into three general categories.
Can we have a copy of that list? Thank you.
Yeah, the three general categories are, this was a good idea and we've already done it, or we've done it mostly and we're not going to do all of it because of these different reasons.
I've got answers to all those.
Yeah, the second one is,
It's just the list.
we agree with this, but we haven't done it yet, but it's going to happen at some point in the future. And then the third one is, this is something that we either don't agree with, or we still have work to do, and or conversations between the people in this meeting right now. So with that said, Bruce, sounds like you said you're prepared to address these. Maybe we can just start
I'd
it.
like to also, since you guys paid for the study, it was your study, it wasn't our study.
Well, we're all on one team, but
Right, but I mean, you guys paid for it, you asked for
Yeah.
it, we cooperated.
for sure.
Thank you.
I would like to know what your guys' feelings are on some of these also. Not just us. That makes
Yeah, I
sense?
mean, my general feeling is that they did a fairly comprehensive job, and I thought the people that were involved in the study had good experience, and I know that you guys had some relationships with them too. So
Yeah.
on a high level, I feel like it was money well spent. But beyond that, I don't really have any specific opinions about too many of these, just because I mean, I'm an educated guy, but I'm not a law enforcement expert by any means. So that's where we look to work together to kind of figure out what's best for the public and for your team.
What does George think?
I think that's about right. I mean, all of these recommendations are things that I think we have an obligation to either evaluate or explain why we won't. And this goes back to, and I say we, including all of us, this goes back to trying to justify to the public that we've turned over every rock, and some people pointed out some rocks.
I want to, did you want to say something?
I will. I think
go ahead.
two things. I think first of all, I would like to say that I support what George said, except I would only change the wording slightly to make sure I understand it better. I think we have an obligation to, at a high level, evaluate every single one of them, meaning looking at them together and saying, what's the story on this, and consider them for execution. And then I think it's having heard, the second thing I want to say, and this, so they kind of tie together, is that having heard that the sheriff's department believes that some of these, first of all, has already acknowledged that some of them are valid and they're working on them, that they have reasons why they think others of them are unnecessary. I still think we need to have the discussion and have it be shown to us and proven why they're unnecessary. So we reach a consensus and we're all on the same table, kind of like our obligation to make sure that the jail is in good condition. We have an obligation to everybody for both public safety and money to be able to do that. So I think we should be able to have a good, honest conversation about every one of them, and then and decide what to execute and not execute, together as a group. And like George said, look at every one and prove, either do it or prove why we don't need to.
Yeah, and then just one more thing, just as far as this distinction about who paid for the report and all this, I mean, the people paid for this report.
Right,
So just want
And we all
to,
serve them.
but at the direction of you guys, so I just want to make that sure, because I don't think I'd do a study on myself. I would have asked myself. But this, I just want to make one other statement. This is a picture of time too.
True.
A year and a half ago, and economics have changed. I mean, I don't want to keep saying it, but we're driving off a cliff, this type of stuff. So there's been a lot of things that have changed since then too. So I'll let Bruce go ahead and go into it.
So obviously the KRW folks looked at 51 key issues and it resulted in 17 recommendations. And those are the recommendations you have in front of you. Well, I'll get through these pretty quickly. So, and certainly if you have discussion or want to stop me, just yell out or whatever. So mission, vision, core, value statement. We have assembled a group of staff to go ahead and work on that, put something together to identify what that's going to look like and what is that going to be. We know that probably has some small budgetary requirement if you're, making cards or putting signage up. So that is in progress. Add staff to patrol.
Hold on a quick second. Do you have a deadline for that one, or?
We don't. We don't. So I apologize.
You can use serve and protect. The old standby.
The second one was add staff to patrol. Back when this was done, like the sheriff said, this was a snapshot in time, right? So it was just what was happening at the time. We had a guy graduating from the patrol academy. We were modifying the job description to hire an evidence tech. There was some talk about the lieutenant that I think is in here a little bit further, and we'll talk about that. There was some question in here about we have pursuits 2 times a week and how opposed to every 2 months. Just about the increase in crime and things that have been going on in the county. Sexual assaults occurring more often, not really solvable, search warrants, DV. We got a DV grant for 2 years to supplement detective pay. The grant person would have to support all of Clear Creek County, not just the sheriff's office. So that detective that does that actually supports everybody.
And it also says in there that it says, move 2 detectives back to patrol. We've done 1, and Sergeant currently assigned to communication centers. We've actively.
Trying to get him downstairs, but we're short staffed.
But he's a dispatcher too, and a patrolman. And every time we get ready to move and get 2 lead dispatchers, somebody quits. We're down to what, 6 in dispatch? 8.
You need 12.
You need 12. And so every time we do that, somebody quits, so we have to keep him up. So it is in the works. And I agree on that one.
So
You agree that we should add staff.
We're trying to add patrol. We're trying to add patrol staff, and we're trying to do that internally without hired FTEs, right? So that's really what that is, and so we're getting there. That's in progress now. We had 1 investigator quit, and we're not filling that spot. We'll make that a patrol spot and keep working with what we have in the back. And I'll explain that as we go on here. Number 3 is retirement benefits. So obviously this recommendation isn't under our control. It's under control of the county commissioners. Internal communications. So what
Do you
Go ahead.
agree or disagree with that? I'm presuming you agree with that.
we agree with retirement benefits, right? We talked about the FPPA. You had someone come in and talk about both FPPA and then what the county should be putting in. And he wasn't fond on the FPPA, but then talked about, well, the county should probably be doing more. Does that surmise that? Was that?
Yeah. Nathan Carlson's the guy's name from, yes. Yep.
And Ray, our folks are pretty astute as they sign on now because when I was a young cop, I didn't really think about my retirement. And of course, now they're smarter and brighter than I am. So they look toward the future and want to know, where's a good place to go and work and retire from.
We have a guy on Floyd Hill. Come to us in a heartbeat if we had FPP or better retirement.
Just to,
In county. He's like,
sorry, Rick, the mic stopped picking you up. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Because I serve on the fire authority board and the fire authority is a member of FPPA. I know that they just increased their required contributions. And that was Nate. I don't remember his last name, Sean. You just said it was kind of predicting that.
Nathan Carlson, yeah.
Yeah, that plan is getting more expensive as predicted.
oh yeah, they're all. But if you want to hire and retain people, you got to have the benefits.
Any more questions about the retirement part?
That is something I'm looking at you guys, Brian, and
We did the research. I would probably like to have Maria take a look at what research was done before she got here, but bottom line is I can't afford it.
yeah,
It's the bottom line.
or something else has to go.
Right.
If we decide it's more.
What are we getting rid of out of our
Exactly.
budget in order to fund
Yeah.
the increased cost of the county?
Number 4 is internal communications. We've worked hard at improving this. So really what we have is we have daily information coming from our patrol officers, from our detention staff. And it kind of comes out as an email to everybody on the email list, providing the internal communication. I talked earlier about our monthly command staff meetings and then that being reduced into notes that are then sent out to everybody on the sheriff's office staff. So we have been in the progress and have done this for probably the last year or so, and it's yielded some good results with people having a better understanding of, thought processes of what's going on, what's important, good job, bad job on issues. So all that's been working out pretty well.
And we have a regular staff meeting every Tuesday at 8 o'clock. And then the big one at the end of the month.
Right. Additional to that, we have an ops meeting that includes all the law enforcement, CDOT, law enforcement from Gilpin, once a month, a large operations meeting, so we can all sit down and share issues and problems or current issues that we're facing. So. Number 5 is records. Try to hire a full-time receptionist. We tried to hire a full-time receptionist, informed by the county they wouldn't approve a full-time position for 2022.
Right. One point, it says record receptionist?
Well, so everybody there is a hybrid job, right? So,
Back up to the records manager is what they were saying.
well, what it would be is, because everybody pulls multiple duties there, right? The receptionist that you see out front there, Miss Liz, is the sheriff's and I administrative assistant. She does all of our civil processes. She also backs up records when need be. She does VIN inspections. So these aren't just, right, if you look through the employee council book, she fits 6 jobs, right? Because we're a small agency and you have to take on, you wear many hats. So that's really, we were looking just to put on a body, right, to help at least answer the window so somebody else could free up and help with records and do some other stuff. So again, right, we'll be able to do that once we, if money becomes available, we're able to we've been dealing with one records clerk period. So that's how that's been working.
I'm just curious, what kind of records do they look up?
Everything. They maintain the records. They maintain all the records that come in from patrol and other agencies. They put it all together to either ship off to the DA's office or for preservation purposes. They answer all open records requests from attorneys and insurance companies for anything from auto accidents to defense stuff. So, I mean, it is a full-time job and then some.
Got it. Thanks.
Digitize historical records. We had an estimate for this, and I think it was about $250,000. It'll be something we're going to have to make a capital request for. I don't think we did it in 2023 because of the limits in capital. So we'll look for it in 2024.
Where are the records now and what's the scope of them?
The big connexes that we have in our parking lot.
Got it.
That's where
They're not all there. A lot
They're
of them
not all there.
We
did digitize some.
digitize with RMI, which is a digital process, right? We pay a couple $1,000 a month where they go and digitize as many records as they can for the price that we have. And so we're trying to do that. We do a much better job now with through our IT department digitizing most of those records. So paper records are starting to go away.
I gotcha. That was kind of my other questions, is whether we're still digging the hole or whether we.
No, we're slowly figuring that one out.
Cool.
It's only money.
The first thing I was thinking about that is we have some historical stuff to go back and get digitized. In the meantime, let's not keep adding to the pile.
Right.
That's exactly what we're trying to do, is not add to the pile.
Yeah, and my own kind of philosophy specifically about ARPA money is I'm always kind of attracted when I see something where you can take a capital cost and eliminate future operational costs.
Yeah.
And I'll just point out that this one, digitizing historical records and our operations in general, I think this kind of sticks on all of our departments. And we might want to think about how we can do it. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe we can,
too.
yeah, do it for all the other offices at the same time.
Need economies of scale as
I had the same thought.
Yeah, that's some questions we always with the barely legible PDF files.
They talked about the investigations division, number 7. We're not going to reassign the lieutenant to patrol. The lieutenant in there has the most experience, has been around the longest. We'll reduce that through attrition when he's talking about leaving in the next couple of years. So he's the guy that's got the best base of knowledge in investigations, and I'm hesitant to move him to work patrol.
How many people are in investigations?
We had,
Or,
we had four, we're now down to three. Plus we have a civilian tech, right?
which I think is in here, so maybe that's the
Yeah.
next one.
Get to that. So it says replace property evidence position, which was in progress. The new evidence tech will go out into the, will not go out in the field and handle evidence, but they will handle, evidence that comes in and body worn camera duties only. So before, when they were here doing their audit, we had just lost our evidence custodian and crime scene person. We had two, then we lost one. About a year later, we lost another one. So literally, we just moved an investigator in there to keep it kind of afloat. And property is a huge issue, right? You make one mistake with property and it can cost you every case retroactively and every case going forward. So luckily, we didn't have any problems there. And we've got that position filled now with a new evidence tech that does body worn camera and evidence, period.
And we officially really haven't gone to our body worn camera. I mean, we're carrying them, but
Carrying them and using the body worn cameras, but it's not required as of yet by statute. So implement a case management system and investigation. This is currently still under investigation. We're looking for other agencies to see what they do and even talking with our current vendor, which is eForce. eForce provides us all the software for CAD, jail management, report management, to see if they can put together some kind of case management system, which just kind of ranks cases and puts them together and tells who has what. And currently we just keep paper documents on those. So you probably need to tighten that up.
And I'm sorry, that could be done in eForce, so you would need something
We
else?
think,
Okay,
but eForce is one of those, when you ask them for something, they tell you, well, that's $10,000.
consulting work.
Right.
it's only money.
$10,000 and we can put it together. Yeah, money solves all evils. So we're looking at it. Number 10 is the Emergency Operations Center. Again, this is a possible capital request in progress. Also, the police chief in Idaho Springs has offered a emergency operations center in their new facility when they build it at the old fire station in Idaho Springs.
Which I don't know if that's even on the plate.
Have you guys heard anything?
New,
They had plans for it. They had some
Property that Idaho
architectural
Springs just
plans.
bought.
the one, oh, that they just bought?
Up by Idaho Springs parking lot, by Station 1A or 2A.
So we're talking about, we're still remodeling that, keeping the fire authority there. So I thought that meant they were gonna vacate the space on Colorado and move their police department into there. So are they saying put one in there?
They were offering to put in an emergency operations center there. So,
At the
High school
old fire
parking.
station.
yes, sir.
Oh, at the old fire station?
Yeah. Where
Across
they,
from the school,
yes. No, the old fire station that's on,
Colorado Alarm.
So that would be in there with the Idaho Springs Police Department, is that
yes.
correct?
Yeah.
But I don't know where those.
Yeah, I don't know the stats.
I haven't heard nothing on that nowhere right here.
It still came up when I met with Andy about the resource center, so. Like, actually, it came up in the meeting we were in.
Yeah,
In,
they want to buy it from us, good.
we're right, but that, all that, everything they just discussed about all those
Yeah.
things happening around, that came up in that meeting.
Recommendation number 11, the communication center. So we came up with a couple of options. Option one, not properly placed in the organizational structure. So we are currently working on that with Jeff Smith retiring. We're thinking about moving that to the Special Operations Division Captain. Option two was join Jeff Com. After we do some due diligence to see what it would take to move dispatch services to Jeff Com. If we do that, we figured that we'll lose 911 funds, cab funds, all this money will go to them or any other agency that we may use.
And I view that, and it says, to ensure there is not an unintended consequence, we are hesitant to suggest the potential cost savings may not justify a loss of service. So they mentioned that in that study too, that we really need to look at the loss of service that it does to the people that vote for us. in this study.
To confirm
If we
that.
have one.
Yep.
If we have a
Measure
study
that.
done.
Right.
So am I hearing, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this one right. You guys are willing to participate in a process where we evaluate that, where we bring in an independent person to evaluate that option?
Yes. And what I think we need to look at is, right, what is the grand effect of that, right? What does it look like if, you know, if we increase cab cost or whatever we do there, but, and then again, what does it look like? And I think Sean and I have had this conversation, you know, what does it look like in 5 years from now or 10 years from now? Is it something where we get so big that it's, you know, you end up having to build a new dispatch center and bring people back up into the community, right, to get that done. So, yeah, it needs further exploration.
Still a great
So,
idea. I think that should be part of the study too.
Yeah, I agree
So
with
it's-
that.
Instead of just going to JeffCom, would it be, you know, top of Virginia Canyon, we build another dispatch, you know, Gilpin, Clear Creek Comm Center up there. Cause I think in JeffCom, I mean, they dispatch for a lot of people.
Including Jeffco Sheriff, right?
Huh?
yep,
Including the Jeffco
Yeah,
Sheriff.
including Jeff, I mean, Lakewood, Wheat Ridge, I mean, you can name all those agencies down
Nevada,
there.
Golden.
And I don't know where
Creek,
they
Evergreen.
would put you, in which, would they put you with Glenwood PD or Wheat Ridge PD and Clear Creek? You know, so you wouldn't be, it wouldn't just be they dispatch you for Clear Creek. So, and, you know, Gilpin right now is our backup and we're their backup to Gilpin. So I'd like to see the assessment or the whatever, look into a separate out of the metro agency with Gilpin and Clear Creek.
And so the bottom line is taking it back to a really high level and trying to put it in one sentence with a comma in it. You're open to looking at anything, comma, once evaluated with cost versus operational effectiveness. Is that fair enough? Okay.
Any other questions about the communication center? Says fill lead dispatch position. We've done this. We did this a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. We've actually put in 2 dispatchers, right? So they're paid a little bit extra money. And this was done in the hopes that there'll be a supervisor on each side of the week, and then we can ultimately remove the police sergeant that's up there now that's helping out. And of course, every time I say that, somebody will walk into the office and say, well, I'm leaving or I'm quitting or whatever. So, yeah, well,
So we'll have one supervisor in dispatch and then 2 leads.
So is this done already? you're
yes,
saying, or-
yes, we have 2 lead dispatchers now and they just started.
And but we can't move that sergeant out yet because he has to work shifts. He's actually over there this morning working a shift.
Yeah, he was in at 5 o'clock. Replace the detentions captain with the lieutenant, right? It's the opinion of the sheriff and myself that when we do replace Captain Smith, it'll be with another captain because it's a position that we think best fits into the organization and has to have the authority to run the jail. We'll do that with a captain, a lieutenant, and probably 2 sergeants at the end of the day.
And Captain Smith, and you've seen it, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but we've seen it. You know, a sergeant calling another jail or a lieutenant calling another jail doesn't get the respect that a captain does. Does that make sense? Because the rank structure is pretty much across the board. Whether they're called captains or a commander, division commander. But, you know, a sergeant calling doesn't get the respect that a captain does. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Number 14 is the jail evacuation plan. They said that we didn't have a jail evacuation plan, and that wasn't true. It resides inside the detentions policy. That plan has actually been executed twice and was almost executed a third time when the pipe broke out in front of the jail offices there. We'd contacted our jail partners. They were ready to receive our jail inmates and we were ready to go and move those people. So that was a mistake by KRW and not finding that or reading that in that, because they had all those plans. So
This raises a question for me just related to KRW's process. Did they give you all an opportunity to review this study before it was released?
They sat down with Sheriff and I right through a Zoom meeting and we talked about a lot of these. I don't remember seeing a few of these that, weren't exactly 100% accurate. So there was another one in there about policies and that, it looks like you have your policies that you stole from Douglas County, which is true. Borrowed from Douglas County, which is true. But when I first set off the first set to the KRW person that requested it, I sent him an old set, right? It was a working document and not the final document. And when he called and told me, I said, hey, I apologize. Here's the finalized document. I just sent you the wrong one. So why it would end up in the report was beyond me. But yeah, I wasn't going to argue with anybody over something that I thought was trivial.
Yeah. Okay. And the only reason I ask is because stuff like this, it might be good for us. I don't know exactly how we put it in writing, but just to clarify so that when folks start reading this, that there's some kind of a companion document saying, no, we have an evacuation plan. Don't worry.
Right.
Yeah. A response. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. That would be a living document, obviously.
Number 15, jail operations alternatives. I think we've gone over this. This is a recommendation that's not under our control. This must be addressed by the county commissioners and probably through further study.
Yep.
We talked about it. Jail 16 or number 16, jail staffing. Staffing in our jail is tough. These are for people that are non-post certified. They'd written in their report that we hired post certified deputies. That's not true. They're not certified deputies. They're certified in the sense that the sheriff swears them in, that while they're working and under the supervision of post certified deputies, that they have all the authority that's granted a deputy.
So is the report wrong or was it right before, but now things have changed?
No, the report was wrong that we hired post-certified deputies for that. That wasn't true, right? We hired non-certified deputies for detentions division.
What are your thoughts, Brian, Pete, about what to do for factual inaccuracies in any type of a report like this?
We would reach back out to the consultant to have it corrected, presumably if those were incorrect, or personally, that's what I would do. And I would probably find out why there might have been an inaccuracy, what their notes reflect.
Yeah, I think we should do that.
Yeah, I think it's, and no offense, it's just confirming that everybody's got the best, ask them why they have it in there anyway, especially if they've had a conversation with you. Maybe they see something about it that needs to be changed. In other words, we just have to confirm.
Part of it was there were, you guys know this, right? There was a handful of people.
There goes George again.
No, he's there.
There was a handful of people working on this and I remember being asked and answering the same question multiple times. And the question about certified, non-certified deputies, I remember specifically talking to Sheriff Bill Elder from El Paso County saying, I think it's a sweet spot for people to be in because young folks or people who are transitioning out of jobs who think, well, maybe I want to get my foot in the door in law enforcement. This is where I'll start. And it gives them an opportunity to figure out, really, is this what I want to do? Right. So they can come in and that's where we get a lot of our deputies then that matriculate to the street, right? Mm-hmm. They decide to go to the post academy and then come out as a patrol person. So
yeah. How long does the post academy take?
Jesus, I think it's 6 months now.
Yeah,
it's long.
and $10,000.
Got it.
That's expensive.
And someone like down the hill runs those?
Yeah. Most community colleges, Red Rocks, Arapahoe, Colorado Mountain College, Ames Community College. Yeah.
Thanks.
Staffing overhire program. Again, this is a budgetary issue. I would like to say that you guys probably wouldn't have a problem with us overhiring, but I can't get people hired, period. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all we need now, and then Brian was saying, all we need now is money.
Right. Point anyway, they got so many vacancies, it doesn't really.
Right.
So I'm happy to reach out to KRW and ask them to fix. So I'm hearing number 14 and number 16. Any others?
Let me keep going through it, or I can communicate
That's it, right?
later, huh?
I thought we
We're
were
at 17, so this
through the
particular,
recommendations.
nothing more.
Yeah.
But if you have any other comments or information for us about the report, we'd love to hear.
There was another comment, I don't know if I have it in here about, they, and it was just, we needed to go back through our policies to make sure that Douglas County was taken out, and that wasn't.
I think they
wasn't a
took
factual
that out
admission.
after they talked to us.
It could have been. I
Okay.
don't see it.
Okay,
Told you that would be quick.
yeah, thank you.
Wow, look at the time.
Right
How
on.
did
So I
that
think,
happen?
yeah, I think we've actually gotten through what we hoped to get through, and we even did it before noon. And again, I just want to thank both of you and staff and George and Randy for the professionalism and having the courage to speak your mind. And yeah, I don't think there's any lack of courage in this room ever, but I think it was a really productive beginning of this conversation. I think we definitely need to follow up with a continued effort to track down some of the issues that we identified today. And I guess I'll just leave this out there. I mean, I think we need to take some steps to address our communication issue. And my personal hope is that trust will follow from that, but we'll see, right? That's something that you can't really mandate. You can hope for it. I think that maybe all I have to say, other than maybe an open question, what does this group think about another follow-up meeting and the timing of it? Maybe at least a few weeks from now type of a thing?
I think we have a little bit of work that's been created out of
Yeah.
this, not a ton, but a little to get started, and maybe come back for a follow-up on these items and address that work.
That's great. I just want to make sure we confirm exactly what we're following up on. So we all understand when we walk out of this room, if we're going to come back and meet again, we all know what we're following up on.
I think we definitely 100% need an agenda. I'm not sure I'm personally ready to say, here's exactly what we should work on. I mean, where I am is we need to keep going on this process. We need to improve our communication. We need to collaborate much better on a couple of the issues, particularly communications and detention. And that's as smart as I am today. I don't know exactly what that looks like.
I think the three things that jump to mind to me right now are reconciling KRW report discrepancies of opinion. And then another one is some kind of a first blush idea about next steps, both on, if it's not already happening through other meetings, on both the cab and dispatch, that whole thing, the comm center. And the other one is the future of the jail, start thinking about, be prepared to at least have some high level discussions, objective discussions about 3 or 4 different ways that the jail might work,
Well, I agree on the jail part, but is there any way that we can get the plumbing fixed downstairs? Because it is starting to be a real burden for us down there.
$200,000 in the current capital budget that hasn't been finalized yet for the jail. We've put $50,000 in there in the line item moving forward just for jail repairs.
And we put 36,000 in there from capital.
That sounds right.
Might have been part of
Is
that.
that part of that?
I mean, we could probably find $200,000 this year to make the repair. It's a pretty big bill. I guess it really depends on, in the end, if we're gonna end up without a jail, how much money we want to put into the old jail.
or a new jail or whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
Right, or whatever the option's gonna be, if we're gonna leave the
Jail.
current one, how much money do you really want to stick into this one?
a new jail is a long time too, so you still got to fix the plumbing, even if you're doing a new jail and building.
And to be clear, I don't have a dog in that fight.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
want some direction.
And like Randy loves analogies and I do too. Like my truck out there just went over $302,000 and I reluctantly put a new set of tires in it. And it's like, how far do you go? So that's my
Right.
question. Is 200,000
That's
like the
kinda-
minimally viable solution, or is there something that maybe is a little bit more approachable that would buy a couple years worth? I don't know.
The thing, we tried that with the 36,000 to repair the ones that we have down there now. And they can't find the parts.
Part of it's a supply chain issue.
Supply chain. So I'd like to see them, whether we, even contracting out the jail, I don't see it happen for 1.5 years, 2 years anyways.
Agree.
So the jail down there, not to say we will get sued, but you keep dropping toilets and people are sharing toilets. It doesn't work. even for our locals.
I mean, I think we need to do something. I guess the
Yeah, yeah.
question is, to what degree do we need to
Right.
protect all 200,000? Do we
That's
half
what I-
that
that's-
first? Do we do half that first and see what I mean, which of those can you keep one pod closed and have, I mean, that's
What I'm thinking in terms of jail population, if we're not, we try to refill the Marshals program or something like that, and we do enough to make sure that at least we have good facilities for the number of people that we need to have there, plus some overrun, because it flexes obviously. And then the second question I have, just thinking of it as a builder, I'm obviously not going to build a custom home and put used toilets in it. But if you had pretty new, recently
toilets.
installed toilets in a place, what could be used somewhere else too? You know, I mean, if we built something new, recognizing that that's one minor savings that could be had in construction of a new jail if you've got some almost brand new stuff that you moved over. So,
Because the pattern cell we had done is number one, right? Holding one. We can't use it because the toilet's bad. And it's part of that 36,000 that's
And
supposed to
is it
fix.
above grade problem or is it plumbing below grade?
It's just the internal parts to the toilet, period.
You can't get it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a toilet and a sink.
So
Oh, I see.
Blue Sky started this process, well, it's an industrial sink toilet
Yeah.
combination, right? So Blue Sky started this process. We ordered a ton of parts and they went through and made a check mark that we can fix all these. And then, right, they went dark on us it was 4 to 6 weeks or longer to get those parts. And it was probably more like 8 to 10 weeks by the time they got them. When they got the parts, they brought them in, they found out they had the wrong parts.
Oh, geez.
So then they went back to radio silence on us with not telling us that they've ordered the wrong parts, and then it's gonna be another,
I doing that?
again, supply chain issue,
Yeah,
8 to 10 weeks out. So we were stymied by this Blue Sky group. They're non-communicative to us. They're not telling us what's going on. They're not telling us where they're at with their parts or if they're, right? I think they're getting sick of Zach calling them every week to try to find out an update or get them. He finally got them to admit that they ordered the wrong parts and that they were waiting for the other parts to come in. So
So the 200K is new toilets, basically.
200K to be a whole new toilet, right? Which is just basically a plug and play thing from that point on. So, right, if you're able to, if those are in stock,
Yeah.
available to get, then right, that process should go fairly quickly.
Okay.
So from my perspective, I think the next step on the toilets thing, I understand it's been represented that this is a potential revenue center. And I've heard some options. I think one of them is that we see if we can wait for parts. The other one is we spend the $200,000. Maybe you could flesh out another one. And then that's on the agenda for our next meeting to just discuss our options and figure out how we move forward. I do agree. It's going to be at least a year and a half before we execute any of these big ideas. And during that time period, you know, our prisoners deserve toilets and all that stuff. So,
right.
I guess I'd like to ask, with respect to the toilets, can you guys let us know, what do we need? I mean, do we need to do the whole 200,000? Can we do half of it? Because if we can agree there, we all agree that's what we need to do.
You need to bring somebody in to walk through, somebody who's, right, whether it's Blue Sky or somebody else to walk through that and tell us.
We
that,
need
hey,
it updated because it might, you know, that
So we need an
200,000 was,
RFP
Well, but I guess,
for a consultant.
but I guess what I'm speaking to is to hear from the two of you about, do they all need to be repaired? Right?
all 45 years old.
Well, I understand that, but because we don't know what we're going to do moving forward with the jail, do they all need to be repaired right now, or can we repair half of them?
And have enough occupancy to handle the load.
Right, that's my question. And then the
Yeah,
only
that-
people that can answer that is the two of you.
We'll have to staff that. We'll have to figure out from our staff.
Because if we can do half, then let's just get it done. We'll find it in the
I
existing
know where you're
budget.
coming from. I
Then
got
that's a must know.
Right.
Coming back to us at a meeting or at our
We don't
next.
need, if we can agree on that, we need to come back to the board and get it done, right? And get it repaired.
But the thing is that quote too is, what, a year and a half, 2 years old?
So it needs to be updated anyway.
It
So
needs to be updated anyway. So it might be half is 200,000. I don't know. We'll have to update it.
More.
So let me just, from a legal perspective, you must go out to RFP for that per our policy.
Well,
If it's going to be
over 100,000.
over 100,000, you're going,
Right.
just getting
Understood.
quotes is not going to be enough. So
Right.
and I don't think Sheriff needs our permission to issue an RFP, but if you do, I'd be fine with you
No.
doing that as an exploratory step.
No, that's all internal. Those are all handled internally.
Yeah.
You know, you can do an RFP and, you could do an RFP and, do it in such a way that you don't, that you're not committed at the end of having done the RFP.
That's true of all RFPs.
So you could do you can make that one process. Put out, decide, count the number that you think you need, get an RFP to get that work done.
Right.
So
Put
who
out an
would do
RFP to
that?
get that work done and then bring that back and then we make a decision based on that
So
information.
it would be hard to get the toilet information and stuff, and then it would be Zach's job to put that in an RFP.
Yes, we need to know from you, how much are we gonna repair? So we're kind of got multiple things going on here. So one way to make this happen quickly is if we hear from the two of you, we need to repair this number right here. Then we'll go out, we'll get an RFP out there. If it needs to go to the board, it's over 100,000, we'll bring it to the board. If it's within my spending authority, we just get it done. Unless you're telling us you want it to be brought back to you.
No, I trust you guys to figure this out.
Because I heard Randy say bring it back, so.
Well, whatever the process is that we need, let's find out what the cost is. I mean, I think we're okay with.
Yeah. And if we can get it done for under 100, it doesn't need to come to you. If it's gonna be over 100, it needs to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. So that's why to do the count and get and then put an
So we'll get
RFP out for that count and see what we get.
We'll get a count and get with Zach.
Zach really needs to
No.
tell us where Blue Sky's at too, because they have, right,
And that might be
ordered
the-
parts and so we've already paid for those parts and they're gonna be brought in and then put in to fix some of the toilets that currently exist? Cause that will go to the question of, all right, now we only need $100,000 to fix the rest of them.
Once you know how much you want to repair, come to go to Beth and myself.
Not Zach.
Not
Should we
Zach.
copy Zach and you guys? Okay.
George, did we cut you off?
No. If
So
you
we-
did, it's because.
We have, so for next steps, the toilet, fix the report. I added one, which I kind of alluded to before, and I think this is on our staff side of things. Essentially, document our progress and probably will involve you guys in terms of like, I asked a question about the first item and there was no deadline. I think all these things should have a deadline at some point in the near future. And then what else is there in terms of next steps, Randy?
That might be another agenda item for the next meeting is
Yeah.
to come back with your best projections of timing for accomplishing stuff.
How about the cab? Did you want to discuss the cab?
So the cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think I
Yeah.
said that. I think
Did you say-
the cab, the
I did.
jail.
He didn't have it on his.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
added it.
Executive session on Friday to discuss the cab. We do need direction whether the board wants us to proceed with trying to look into a consultant to do the jail outsourcing study.
Or the jail study in general?
I think that's where that's what, those were, I was saying that the jail, what's the final disposition of the jail? The cab, the KRW discrepancies, were the items that I threw out a minute ago for our next meeting. So,
Let me just cover them. All right, so we got next steps. We need next steps on the cab. We're gonna do that on Friday.
right.
Next steps on dispatch. We need to hear who's taking the lead on that. That's his comment about direction. Who's taking the lead on dispatch?
Yeah, and I think doesn't the report recommend further studies on both communications and the jail?
Yep.
When I say cab, I meant dispatch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I was going. Do we just combine one study with the jail and dispatch?
They seem pretty different, but I don't know.
Apples and oranges.
They are, but if it's law enforcement focused consultant, you'd think they could handle both, but I don't know what kind of consultant we're bringing on. KRW follow, I'm taking that on. I'm gonna send you both an email with respect to the recs that we think we need follow up on. And then you just added the document, the progress and deadlines. So I guess we need back to what Peter said, you want us to start a process of bringing on a consultant, whether it's two consultants or one with respect to the jail and dispatch.
I think if you flesh out those scopes of work and bring them to our next meeting, because I mean, the cab might want to weigh in on that scope of work. I think we should, go slow to move fast here in terms of bringing all our partners in.
Yeah, and obviously you guys would want to weigh in on those scope of works as well. I was looking at the sheriff and
Okay, I hear you saying next meeting. Are you saying September 6th?
I would say
That's-
whenever we can do it and do the job we need to do. I think it's important to get it right.
Seems to me it's the two of us taking this on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the coordinating the cab, having them attend any discussion. I mean, we can discuss that, I guess, in more detail at the executive session, but that would be September 6th. What more do we need to do in terms of the feasibility study for outsourcing in terms of,
I just heard George say, bring us back a scope of work.
Yeah.
okay,
And I think in terms of the CABS participants, I think it's open meetings and they should be involved. I don't think we need to have any sort of another process to
Right.
slow this down.
no, I would agree.
All right. He and I will talk, whether it's the 6th or the second meeting in September, we'll
Right.
start working on the scope.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I said, when I said that
Before.
meeting, just to clarify, I was assuming, I thought we had said that we needed to do another one of these. And that's what I was referring to.
Oh, you were,
Oh, yeah.
oh, gotcha. That's even more time.
Right. So,
All right. I think
How quickly do we want to come back then?
I would, why don't you guys go do whatever homework and have some communication and figure out what you think
Pick a
is the
date.
right time.
Yeah, yeah, you
We can do that.
pick the timing when, based on your progress. Unless you want us to give you a date now.
Anything else that we need to cover?
I just
wanna
have a
take one.
question.
Go ahead, George.
Yeah, for Brian and Peter, can you fit this into your other work? Are we putting more on you than we can reasonably expect for you to accomplish? And
I think the two of us need to have a conversation about that. I mean, we are smack dab in the middle of budget right now, and I'm pretty much in budget meetings all day long, most days. So although that's going to come to an end soon. So we just need to have a conversation about.
So that conversation will inform the timeline of the meeting. and
Yeah, yeah. I
everything.
mean, that's,
Yeah.
George, that's kind of why I mentioned, I put it on those guys to decide when the next meeting was. But I think it's important, but then you prioritize it according to everything else that we've asked them to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter looks worried.
Any other agenda
I'm just
items or?
trying to wrap my head around exactly what the task is, that's all. But I'll work with Brian on it.
Yeah, so yeah, the last thing I wanted to say, I think it was a productive meeting. Everyone here has my cell phone number. So if there's ever a point where you think I can help with something or you want to chew me out about something, or there's any reason you want to call me, please do. George, Randy?
Thanks for being here. Thanks for breaking the furniture and then helping pick it back up and put it together. And so we know what we're talking about. And yeah, thanks for your cooperation and your service.
George?
yeah, we've all been through harder moments and harder conversations than this. I know that we all have it in us to move forward professionally and in a better way than we have in the past.
Thanks. Staff, anything from you guys?
We've got work to do, but I think we're all committed to do it.
Keep you guys the last word.
Thank you guys commissioners for showing up today. Really appreciate it, making the time. It was coming to a head.
I'm sure they couldn't tell.
Heard rumors and probably been told on some of the conversations we had. And I beat up on George one day, but we settled it and have our own plan to move forward. So I do appreciate your time and stuff for,
You didn't beat me up. You don't
no,
love me anymore.
you were out hiking.
Don't care about me.
Anything from you, Bruce?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
And Peter and Brian, I'm seeing that confused look on your face about exactly what the ask is, don't hesitate to call and have a conversation, okay?
And if you guys,
By cab, I was using like the term cab interchangeably with com and batch and all that, which all ties together.
No, I understand.
if you guys get it figured out, could you shoot me an email on what it is they just asked for? I kind of got it here, but I'm kind of with you. I don't,
We'll talk and get something to you as to what our next steps are.
yeah, just let me know. Yeah.
Okay.
If you have any questions about us or anything, come see us.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good. Sure.
John, Randy.
We're in adjournment until 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Making fun.
Uchi just suggested that you guys all hug it out.